Be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. I'm back, and this time we are going to take the same exact list we've been playing recently, and we're going to run it back for another Legacy League. We've been doing really well. I did a 5-0, and then I did a 4-1, and I am feeling really good. Let's dive in. So, I have got my Firefox over here. Just a quick note that I have this entire sideboard guide that you can check out that has in-depth like substitutions on I don't know how many matches on 29 different matchups. So is that right? 29 is a lot. And pretty much anything you're likely to encounter in leagues, you're going to have a guide to this. I'm going to add a link to this in the video description, but one important thing is the control versus beatdown. And again, I abbreviate a lot of this stuff just because I want this to be small enough that I can print this off in a piece of paper and fold it up and put it in my deck box for when I go to tournaments. Like the 1K that I won with this exact list like 7 days ago. So what I did was I just took it to UPS and they printed it off and I folded it up, and in between rounds I was able to pull this out, look at it, and that was able to help me figure out what I should be doing. So I could kind of offload sideboarding decisions to my past self, if you will. And that saved me a ton of time and energy. So here we go. We've got our first opponent. Plug them in here. El Bebos. This person is likely on Mono Black Scam as of, well, they may still be on Scam. I mean, they could be on Elves, I guess. This is from like years ago. So I think most likely they're on Mono Black Scam. If we look at their list, it seems to be a pretty stock Scam list. Opposition Agent, of course, is terrifying. Shieldred is not as terrifying since we have so many removal things, but you can die to this for sure. Stalactite Stalker, interestingly, is I think probably the most scary card in the deck just because it comes out so quick and it does so much damage. So we're definitely going to be bringing in the Nile Spell Bombs here. And they have Wastelands, but they're going to be Dark Ritualing stuff out. They're going to be griefing, so we have to win through card quality. And this is a hand that does that. We've got Beanstalk, we've got plenty of land if they have Wasteland. I generally keep these, and I don't like to mulligan against Scams, so we're going to keep this. And I'm going to say good luck, have fun. All right, we'll see if they turn one scam me. If they're going to scam, they usually do it before they fetch. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if you're playing mono black because you're not going to get wastelanded off your swamp. Okay, I always let the ritual resolve. I don't even know what I would force here. I think this is a force. So it looks like they're not playing scam. They're playing some form of control. Mono black control, maybe Pox or something like that. That's a common Pox card. Yeah, essentially we got a 2-for-2 there since they Dark Ritual to put it in play. Here, I'm going to go ahead and put the Hedge Maze in play just because I need momentum and I don't have a lot in my hand. This is an easy graveyard. But if they are on Pox, the fact that we have so many lands in our hand is going to be a huge asset. We're probably going to want to go ahead and aggressively fetch to get around Opposition Agent, which may be in their deck. A lot of Pox decks play like super low creature counts, just because you don't want to be like losing creatures to small Pox. In fact, a lot of them don't even play creatures. Okay, so here is a red splash, which they could just be doing because they already have a critical mass of swamps and they want to be able to have some sort of card selection in their mono black deck. Okay, so they kept their top. All right, at least we know that this is not going to get Bowmastered since they don't have the mana. We don't know because they could Dark Ritual, but so it's quite likely that they already used, if they do get me here, they get me here, but I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way because I think it's less likely they have Dark Ritual than that they eventually have, sorry, I'm just trying to kind of think while I talk, but basically what I'm worried about is Dark Ritual and Opposition Agent, but next turn Opposition Agent can definitely hit, so I'd rather get the fetches out of the way. That is not a great pickup, frankly. It could be paired with the Force. Otherwise, yet another card that you know, is bad against opposition agent and doesn't really do anything for like several turns. Okay, Wasteland is great because they're probably going to be spending turns Wastelanding us while we're hopefully drawing out of our dead hand. Orcish Bowmaster is really only good against their own Bowmasters, which they're likely playing. I mean, it seems wrong to play a black deck and not play Orcish Bowmasters in 2024, but we'll see. So I think what I'm going to do here is we're still under the threshold. I could go get another trop, and then I could Lorien Revealed for a... You know, I think there's a decent chance that they're not even playing it, and if they are playing it, I have it covered subsequent turns, because I can crack this, and then with the ability on the stack, I can Fatal Push. Yep, Troll. So this lends more credence to them playing a scam type deck with Reanimates. Reanimate is just so powerful right now that I wouldn't be surprised if even like Pox title decks were playing it. I think we hold this. We're not the beatdown yet. Okay, that's very good. I think we do play this out and we pass. And if they don't do anything, I probably will Orcish Bowmasters in step because it is going to be very good against Liliana. And this is why we wait. He could have a second one. He could also have a reanimation effect. So I'm going to wait a little bit to kill this Bowmasters. See what he does here. So here, what we can do, we do want to kill the Bowmaster. Actually, we can just kill it with Shieldred's Edict. Yeah, so he's going to be able to make me discard, and he himself is going to discard. I'm going to discard this Lorien Revealed. I think it's the weakest card in my hand. Okay, Resolution. We both discard. I've never played against this card on MTGO. Alright, I'm going to discard this Lorien Revealed. Yeah, I think it's still the correct card to discard. Now, when he goes to combat, I'm just going to trade these off. Oh, he's not going to combat. Interesting. Well, I'm still going to Bowmasters here. I'll kill that. I think, considering they have one blackout and one card in hand, I think I'm just going to go get my trop here. And, you know, I know Mystic Sanctuary is in the graveyard. I couldn't have gotten it. I'm going to go ahead and do black, green, see what I draw here. If I draw a second Bowmasters, then that is better than using my Shieldred Edict because I can apply pressure to Liliana. I didn't. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of it now. Is it wise to get rid of it now? Because what I could do is I could get rid of that. Do I think he's going to be drawing cards? I don't think he is. But him having this is just in the way of him being able to... oh my goodness. Okay, so let's say we push this and we attack in on Liliana. Then he can sack Liliana to minus us, or he can make us discard a card. I think we just get rid of Liliana now. All right, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to attack everything and apply some pressure here. There's a good chance that he'll block the Orcish Bowmaster here. Oh, he's not. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to turn on Fatal Push if he does have like a bigger creature. Gix. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life. If they do, draw a card. Okay, this is fine because what I'm going to do is when they deal damage and draw a card, I'm just going to go ahead and ping that and just get rid of it. Is he going to pay the life? Well, I'm just going to get rid of that. So he got a card. Let's see. All right. Murderous Cut is an insane rip. Check this out. We're going to go ahead and just... I think I'm just going to do this now with 1, 2, 3, 4. See what we draw. We're going to get 2 cards. If they have... Well, those are good cards. All right, and I think at this point we just apply pressure and we go ahead and play the Bowmasters out. Okay, and if we actually resolve this, we're in a really good position, but I don't want to use it quite yet. Because if I just naturally draw, I can draw 5 cards, which will be very strong. We're already down 2 minutes on our opponent. They're going to need a banger to catch up with us here. Grief is not terrible. They're almost certainly going to go after the well, do they go after the Lorien Revealed? I think I just let it happen. And if they take Lorien Revealed, that's fine. These fatal pushes are not bad. We're going to be able to attack with our Orc Army this turn and potentially trade with Grief. They could draw like a reanimation effect or something, which would be very bad. So it looks like they are playing basically mono black. It's just that instead of playing, they're playing like a higher curve mono black deck than they were before. Okay, so a fetch would be really good here. Anything that goes in the graveyard. Beanstalk, I'm not going to complain about. Ponder, we might be able to find a fetch off Ponder. We find a fetch off Ponder. I think we just fetch. So we can get rid of this. All right, so Reanimate is not completely off, but it's probably not going to get cast. I'm trying to think of what else they might have that would be problematic here. I mean, obviously Atraxa, or not Atraxa, Shieldred would be good. Douthie is not going to do it. I'm still going to be able to kill them. They even know that I have another Fatal Push in my hand. So, let's see. Murktide Regent is pretty powerful. I think we just play conservatively and go ahead and kill this. Then we go blue, blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Draw 3 cards. I'm just going to attack for near lethal. One of the reasons I was doing that was if I did draw another Bowmasters, it could be lethal, and we wouldn't have to give him an extra turn. I'm going to play this out, and I'm just going to waste this now. I don't think there's anything. I just restrict their options a bit. I think they're playing to the clock. I can't imagine anything they draw that can remove all this pressure. Okay, yeah. Okay, so mono black. I think we're bringing in spell bombs. Dismembers should come in. Dress down, not embarrassing. Wasteland is pretty bad here. I would argue that we could probably pull out a Wasteland and put in a swamp. Let's put that in our coming in pile. Then cards that are not particularly good. I don't think Stifle does a lot. Spell Pierce, I think, can almost certainly come out. Stifle is pretty mediocre. Like, other than stifling a fetch, Daze, we could keep 1 Daze in. Yeah, I don't think any of these cards are better than Daze. If they seem to bring in the... they could bring in Leyline of the Void. Is that something they typically have in their sideboard? They haven't historically had that. I think we just assume that they're not bringing anything in. Pernicious Deed is kind of a catch-all. That's probably better than Daze. I'll just bring 1 in. We could bring a second one in. If we bring a second one in, then we probably cut... Weatherbloom does deal with Delver and potentially... it does deal with Bowmasters. I don't want to remove it. I like having that removal. I'm just going to do 1. And if I see anything that is worth deeding, I'll board the second one in game 2. Seems like a pretty strong hand. We don't have colored mana. We do have a Force Effect, Beanstalk. I don't want to mulligan against a scam deck. I think we keep this. This is a reasonable hand. It's not a great hand. Yep. And I'm glad that we didn't mulligan now, because we'd potentially be down even more lands. All right. I bet they're going to take Force. Interesting. I mean, if they try to reanimate, I'm definitely going to force it. The reason I force this, by the way, is Murktide's not going to do anything. I mean, they just removed the reason to keep a force in my hand, too. So, yeah, they have 4 cards. I have 3 cards. Technically, they have... Yeah. Oh, this is a great pickup. I think we probably lead with this just for momentum's sake. We want to find a black producing land. This goes in the graveyard. It's too late. And this also is a good wasteland target. I wouldn't be totally sad if they wasted this. Okay, that sucks, but there's nothing we can do here. They had the double reanimate hand. So now the game becomes about getting this grief off the table as quickly as we can, and hoping that that was like their main game plan and they don't have a lot else going on. But this is the power of grief. It's just, it chills in the graveyard, and it's just like anytime it can come back. Bowmasters, I would sack a Bowmasters to get Grief off the table, probably. Just because I want to keep my life total flush, and I don't see a world like this isn't really that useful in this matchup other than killing their Bowmasters. If he has a land drop, I'm going to be pretty scared about Bowmastering and double blocking. But he doesn't have a land drop. Yep, so I'm just going to go ahead and play the Bowmasters out. Hopefully he doesn't have Fatal Push. Okay, and for block, we're just going to double block it and hope that he doesn't have the third Reanimate. Again, Reanimate is just such a powerhouse against our deck. So he still kind of got a 2-for-1, assuming he doesn't remove this somehow. Is he going to... Okay. He has nothing going on. He has no land. And I drew an insane card that's just going to blow this open. Let's do this. Blue, I'm going to keep a couple extra cards in my graveyard, and we're going to exile 1, 2, 3... our own Bowmasters, just because our own Bowmasters is a liability in this matchup. And we'll hope that he doesn't have Snuff out. Even if he snuffs out, he's going down 4 life. It's a 1-for-1. This is a time where we can safely brainstorm. I'm going for it. I'd love to put back this Wasteland. Yeah, I'll just do this. Green. We're going to get this in play. We'll draw a card. Play this out. We go to attack. So we know we're drawing dead next turn, but he has 1 land in play. So his best top deck is not Reanimate anymore because his life is so low. His best top deck is some sort of removal spell. I'm not really scared of things he casts at the 2-drop level. He might have Dark Ritual into like Shieldred, which would be bad. Voidwalker is not a big deal. Again, this is all about us riding this Murktide. We've got Hardcast Force up now. So even if he does have a way to remove this, we can force. And our life total is of little consequence. And as an opponent, like you expect this deck to be slow and controlled. So, you know, I don't blame him for like keeping a kind of a glass cannon hand where he thinks he can disrupt and hopefully draw into land. But yeah, Beanstalk is flexible. It can go on the beatdown. Even after we've sideboarded out our tempo plan, we're just one top decked Murktide away from posing like a threat that they have to answer. All right, round 2, Versino 23. This name does seem familiar. I mean, there are probably like, I don't know, 1,000 people regularly playing leagues. So you play long enough, you do play against the same people more than once. Painter, as of less than a month ago. It's called Painter, but it's not actually Painter. It's just like one of those. Well, I guess technically there is Painter Survey in here. I don't want to go too deep into looking at this because they may not still be on it. This is a very keepable hand. It doesn't have a blue card to go with it, but it has plenty of mana. It has some disruption. It's got removal. I think I'm going to keep this. If they are on this type of deck, this is an X1, this is an X1. It's very likely that we're going to be able to Bowmasters for value and kill one of their creatures. So we're on the draw again. I think we were on the draw last game. We're just going to try to discern what they're doing as quickly as possible and then start picking that apart. That's pretty scary. They could be on dredge. It's a really weird start. I have no idea what deck plays these two cards together. So the question is, do we want to waste them off that card and start working toward a Beanstalk, or do we want to just... I think the better thing to do is to just play our land, and we hope to Bowmasters this before DRC takes off. Okay. Not too worried about that. That's not a big deal for me. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to make... What are they doing here? Warden of the Inner Sky. As long as the Warden of the Inner Sky has 3 or more counters on it, it has flying and vigilance. Tap 3 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Warden of the Sky. Scry 1. So currently they are not able to use this, but it will very quickly become pretty big. So I think what I do this turn, I mean, there's a decent chance they don't actually have a third land. I think we risk it, and we go ahead and try to get this DRC out of play. That's my thinking. And in doing so, we'll also show off the ability to draw a card with now Spellbomb. Okay. So yeah, now they are going to be able to potentially put a +1/+1 counter on this if they want to. They do not yet have Metalcraft, importantly, so they can't tap that for anything other than beefing that up. Okay, so they scry, and they kept the top card, which probably means the top card's the land, and then I should probably wasteland, but if I wasteland, this is just going to get bigger and bigger, and I'm more worried about this than I am worried about Saga constructs right now. So I think I am going to go ahead and just try to Bowmasters this, which is about to get Delirium. This is a good pickup if they don't nuke my graveyard. So I'm going to go get green. I could have gotten green end of turn, actually. I got the Hedge Maze. Luckily, since they're playing cards like this, we don't have to worry about Bloodwind, so we can just fetch our non-basics with confidence. Right. This is more likely going to serve as a force effect if they play something nasty here. All right, so we got the 2-for-1. So this can ramp up toward being able to, like, they could create a construct, and then they can use that to activate this, which is fine. It's interesting. They're almost certainly going to name force here, which I'm just gonna let it happen. Maybe they name something else. Force, okay, and then we'll see what else they name here. Because they could sack this construct token. I don't think it's correct to do that because they do have pressure on board. Beanstalk would be a good name. I think what I do is I hit the mana confluence here, and then that prevents them from being able to create a second construct. So this again, flying and vigilance. Okay, so currently it's the 3/4, and it's going to become a bigger soon. It needs 4 counters on it, 3 or more counters. So next turn it will have flying and vigilance. It'll be pretty scary. So we're going to want to get some targeted removal for that. I'm not sure what graveyard cards they're going to have here. It might be worth just cutting it off because they are going to get to search their deck for any sort of card. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. And they're inclined to probably go ahead and nuke my graveyard quickly here. Let's go with the Beanstalk first and just see what we draw. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so if we can survive these, we'll be in a pretty good position. They could have an LED or some crazy spell. I just want to get that off the table, even though I know it's going away. And I think it's okay to attack with one of these. If we attack with both, we're looking at taking potentially 7, which is scary. Murktide is going to be small if he does even arrive. Yeah, I think my instinct is to go ahead and attack both. Especially if he's going to have to like hold back and, so he can tap 3 artifacts and he can get the ability. This is a cool card though. I'd never seen this before. It's a 1/2, so it's a post Bowmasters card where they make every 1-drop a 1/2 instead of a 1/1. It's frustrating that like all my favorite X1s are getting power crept out of the format by Bowmasters, but I was frustrated, really frustrated that Delighted Halfling was a 1/2. I mean, halflings have no business having 2 toughness. That's ridiculous from a flavor perspective. And the only reason they did that was they knew that Bowmasters was pushed. They may be thinking about whether to now spellbomb me, knowing that Murktide is on the horizon. Murktide will not be able to tangle with this, though. This is going to be too big. Really, I'm hoping to orcish up the Beanstalk into a targeted removal spell. Fatal Push would do the trick here. So they're really like investing a lot in this creature that's going to be pretty fragile to the removal spells in my deck. I guess even Shieldred's Edict, I could have Shieldred's Edict last turn instead of going up the Beanstalk. I will probably take a turn off to, if they start attacking with this thing, I probably will take a turn off to Shieldred's Edict it away, just for protection. They're thinking very long and hard about this. Okay. What are they doing? Why are they tapping? Oh, they're tapping it too? Okay. They must have... They must be planning to remove my graveyard then. I'll happily grow my orc army if they decide to draw off of it. And they're going to be taking damage if they do that, because both their lands cost them life to use. Okay, interesting. Oh, that's going to kill the old Mox Opal. They have 0 cards in hand. I am pretty surprised at this. Yeah, they're going to use the Nile Spellbomb. Again, like I'm able to punish it. They're going to draw a card. They do know what that card is. If they're going to go after my Shielder's Edict, I think we let them. They're not going to name Force of Will. They might name Murktide. Okay, they got my Murktide, so I no longer have Force up. I think they should have gone after Shielder's Edict because they've invested so much in this, and I'm just going to kill it. Yeah, that's fine. And this, they're so far away from Metalcraft now. I think that was a bad play. Like, I don't know what they drew. Goblin Engineer. I can't stop that. But it does stop me from being able to Shielder's Edict away their big creature. My best draw is probably a blue card for Force. And then I could, potentially Shielder's Edict and force them to decide. This is not a good card. Like, this is a very mediocre card. So this is a pretty low value Goblin Engineer. They didn't have anything better than that to get. Okay, so here, editing does clear the path for us to attack with both. This is going to be hitting for 4 next turn, which I think we're doing a good job erasing that. I'm going to go ahead and just edit. We've got blue card to go with Force. We can potentially just daze if we want to do that. I'm going to play that out. I'm going to attack. They are taking a lot of damage if they attack. And if we can somehow get this Mox Opal out of play, then this won't even tap for colorless mana or colorful mana anymore. It'll just tap for colorless. In this situation, they might just want to hold back. So Unearth, I don't believe can be countered. How does it work? Sacrifice. Exile top 2 cards. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So he does have Metalcraft again. They do have Metalcraft. Yep. Let's see what the top 2 cards are. Shadow Spear and until the end of your next turn. So they could play the Shadow Spear and the Bridge. They can play the Bridge now. They're going to attack for 4. That is fine. Okay. That's pretty freaking bonkers. I'm just going to push it. That should basically be GG. Playing a... Yeah, I don't see how they come back from this. And we had that Witherbloom trick I was just talking about a second ago where we can remove... we can remove that if they use the pedal. Force of Will draws us 2 cards. We let that happen. We just stop any sort of creature. That's a pretty obvious thing to force here. Wait, we don't even have to force it though. They don't have any mana floating? Okay. Alright, so easiest deed of my life. They're kind of using their graveyard, not a whole lot. They are playing red. Hydroblast, I think, comes in. It's probably better than Daze. Especially because after that critical Daze, they're probably going to be playing around Daze. Stifle is not the worst. If we take out Stifle, Dismembers seem... Oh, Dress Down seems good. So we're at 61 cards. We could cut one of these Underground Seas. Do we want to cut Underground Sea? I think I do want to bring in Force of Vigor here. Colored Mana seems at a premium, but this seems like precisely the kind of deck that is just going to cheese somehow. But with all the... Yeah, I don't think we'll bring this in. So there's 61 cards. The other card we can drop, maybe a Shielder's Edict. It's kind of clunky. Not as... Oh, wait, we're not bringing in Dismember? Huh. I don't think we bring in Dismember. I think we probably just take out... I like all these cards. I don't know what we take out. We've taken out our tempo package. I never board out Force of Will in a Beanstalk deck. There may be argument for boarding out a Beanstalk just because I didn't see anything that was likely to interact with Beanstalk. But we did board in Force of Vigor. The fact that we have Hydroblast to take care of some of these creatures, maybe we can drop a Shielder's Edict. All right, let's do that. So I'm just going to... most definitely, I've never seen a deck like yours. Okay, so this is a strong hand. We've got Force plus Beanstalk. Not going to mulligan this. Keep. Now, if they open with Cabal Therapy on Force of Will, I'm going to be very sad, but I'm still not going to counter it. I'm just going to let them get the 2-for-1. Spire. Petal. I don't think we use Wasteland against them. This guy again, how much value does this generate? I think it's safe to force this just because we've got a second force, and we saw that the deck seems to be kind of built around this. We can't kill this with Bowmasters. I think I'm going to force this. They may have a Blue Blast to blow us out. He said, or they said, force the Warden, embrace the new legacy. They saw a random card from my hand. They saw Beanstalk, and now they're probably going to name Beanstalk. That's a pretty good combo. All right. So currently they have 0 artifacts, which makes me not want to waste them because this is just a waste, essentially, a colorless land. I'm going to play this out. Now we've got Force if we need it, and we've also got Hydroblast. It's sad what happened with Beanstalk, but I mean, that's like, sometimes you just get combos like that. It's fine. Main deck spell bombs. That's where we are with Rescaminator everywhere. This is the... I think I am going to just play this out and wait a turn. Because if they play out a card like Urza Saga, I definitely need to be able to get rid of that. And now I've got Orcish Bowmasters if they attempt to just do a quick wipe of my graveyard. Question is, do we want to force the second one? I don't think we do. I think we want to find removal for it. Now they no longer have black up to use that. That's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and start hitting them next turn. This does take time to build up. Black, Bowmasters. I would have loved to have done that when they had like a Urza's Bobble trigger or something on the stack, but not too proud. So here, I think we're reasonable to go ahead and just waste this, which can generate any color now. And I'm going to attack with all creatures. So now they don't even have enough stuff to tap to activate him. There, they have a second Spire, but they can't. That card's pretty scary. Yeah, I think I'm just going to counter it. I have lots of things that can remove it in my deck, but I don't want to risk it. So they're probably going to keep this back as a wall. And I'm not sure if I'm going to win this game. Those Cabal therapies have been really devastating. I am going to go ahead and cast this now. Black. Unfortunately, this is indestructible. We're not attacking into their bigger creature. We'll just wait. This is just going to stay here and basically make them second guess everything they're doing. That's fine. They may tap all this. Oh, they're going to go ahead and use it now. That's fine. Cards in the exile zone, Lotus Petal, and land. That's pretty good. I mean, they can use both those immediately. They're going to keep the Lotus Petal for next turn, I guess. They could play the Lotus Petal out, and they could go ahead and activate this. I think they missed that. Maybe they don't miss that. Maybe they're just... they should do that. They should Lotus Petal and then tap this in. Wow. That's reckless. I'm surprised by that move. My graveyard doesn't even really matter. I'm going to see if I can find a Fatal Push. I think at this point it probably makes sense to go ahead and just put Brainstorm back on top. It's a pretty good card. Gives me 3 looks. We'll just wait. We'll do that in step. Alright, we've got movement. They're tapping mana. They just sat there for like 2 minutes. I was just looking at this lizard that somehow got into my house. This really gnarly long tail. All right. Urza Saga dies of Pernicious Deed. Do we want to blow it? They have Lotus Petal in exile. I think we just wait. They've got access to a lot of mana. They can bring back the Mishra's work desk if they want. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Emery is one of those things that we pretty much have to kill, in my opinion. Let's see what they put in their graveyard here. Carpet. Urborg. Okay, let's see what they put in exile. Gaddock Teague. And another work desk. Research desk. Okay. They're passing the turn. I'm going to go ahead and get Mystic Sanctuary here. Put Brainstorm on top. Yes. Draw our card here. See if we can find some removal spells. Murderous Cut is quite good. We do have the mana to cast it. I think we cast Murderous Cut on Emery and then we can just have a staring contest for a little bit longer. I like having the yeah. Do like that, and then I'm not going to mess around with Emery. I'm just going to kill on sight. All right, and next turn we should be able to draw our Murktide, which we can't play yet, but actually if we deed, we'll be able to play it in 2 turns because we'll have like 3 cards in the graveyard. So what I'm hoping they do is they may go for Needle here, and if they do have a Pithing Needle in their deck, then they're going to name Deed. So I do need to Deed next turn. I'm just hoping that they play out like some other cards that I can kill along with, you know, everything else I'm killing. Crucible of Worlds. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They can get back a land here. Maybe an Urborg or something. I'm definitely deeding for 3 now to kill that. That's fine. That's fine. They're just using it to scry. I am going to be able to attack them for 3 before I blow up the deed, though. And I will deed during my turn to prevent them from being able to draw a land. So I stacked this wrong. I wish I had put the land on top. And then I'm just going to do this now. Bye-bye board. So we know our next card, I believe, is an Underground Sea. So what we're going to do is we're going to put Murktide into play, and we're going to hope that that can race their Urza Saga and whatever remaining card they have in their hand. A Delirious Dragon's Channeler, which is going to crash into my Murktide if they don't have anything to do to stop it. Just take the cut, and we'll take the Bowmasters in case they have any sort of reanimation. All right, that's pretty good timing in terms of them playing that out and, you know, potentially losing it. Aether Spellbomb, such a good card here. All right, so we're going to have to see what we draw. We're going to need some action here to be able to stop both Urza Saga and DRC hitting us each turn. Good card. Best draws in our deck would probably be like a Beanstalk into something good. Wasteland would not be the worst. It would not be particularly strong, though. They have 2 artifacts in play. Yeah, they're going to just get rid of this. I actually think that that's wrong because they had like a win condition and now they have nothing. Also, worth noting that if I draw another Murktide, I now have the ability to cast it. And that's what I draw. So here we go. This is going to have to race the Saga, which I don't think is likely because I know that they have Shadow Spear in their deck. So this is just like a speed bump for them. Might be able to stop them from attacking for 1 turn. Actually, I don't think it will because these constructs are going to be 4/4 immediately. Because he's going to make another, then he's going to go get the Shadow Spear probably. And the game is pretty much sealed. Luckily, we still have 12 minutes for the next one. I'm actually ahead on clock because they thought so hard for that 1 turn. Yep. Precisely as I predicted, they're going to be hitting me for 5. I'm not going to chump here because it's trample anyway. I'll just take it. They're going to get a bunch of life, and I'm going to hope to draw like a Dress Down would be good, obviously. Shieldred's Edict, not the best. So we could Edict, they're just going to sack that one, and then we can attack in. I think it's better because we're not going to chump. We sacrifice a creature token, and then I'm just going to attack. There's no point in holding back. Yep. We need spot removal, and they're drawing cards, so who knows what they're drawing. And they now with that life gain, they've basically unlocked their painful mana base. Emery is not what we want to see. Hope for this game is definitely slipping here. And they've got another card. Oh, what? I didn't even know they had a freaking... What does this guy do? I think it's like a... Yeah, anyway. Yeah, we're going to take some damage here. We'll see what it does. I mean, this game's over. We need Beanstalk into something really good. All right. Game 3. So I feel very good about Pernicious Deed there. Emery's presence makes me a little bit more thinking like Dismember. Force of Vigor, very strong here in my opinion. I don't know what other changes I would make. Hydroblast still is pretty good. It's not embarrassing in this matchup. Lots of targets for Witherbloom. Yeah, Shieldred's Edict was predictably pretty terrible. I think we could just replace that with a Dismember. It's not as much removal as we'd like to have, but I really do like these sweeper type effects instead. So let's run it back. Oh, and I did see that they had a carpet, so I want to swap one of my underground seas for an island. That way we can fetch that, and it does reduce the amount of mana they get a little bit. I don't know if I've seen any Wastelands from them. Wastelands seems like a pretty good card against their deck. I wish their artifact lands were destructible, but I think it's reasonable to have them indestructible considering they ETB tapped. Shino 23, Player of Brews. So it could be that I was too aggressive with forcing the Warden. I forced one. I didn't force the second one. I ended up losing most of those spells that I would have pitched to force to Cabal Therapy. It's an interesting deck. This hand is nuts. We've got pretty much everything. The one thing we don't have is land. I think we play out Delta, and then next turn we just brainstorm and hope to not be brainstorm locked. It's worth noting that we can go get an underground sea and even fatal push like a turn 1 Emery or something here if we need to. I will also consider fetching to get a probably an underground sea to Hydroblast. But if he had a he's gonna Orcish Bowmasters. I'll be very sad if they happen to have okay, so we don't crack immediately because we want to see if we draw a land. Higher likelihood of having land in our deck. Perfect. I don't think we do anything. I think we wait. This Pernicious Deed is just going to be insane once we resolve it. It was insane last game. It took out like 4 permanents. I am just going to go get a Underground Sea. And I'm going to Hydroblast this. Because having artifacts in his graveyard seems to be something his deck wants to do. And I think we don't want to put these back. I do like the ability of keeping the shuffle just in case we need... Oh, wow, we drew a land. That's pretty good. I think I keep this up and I don't put Deeding quite yet. So they know we have a Bowmasters and they're going to be loath to play out X1s. By keeping this fetch uncracked, we also have Fatal Push Up for larger creatures like Emery. That's fine. Get swept up in the deed. Now I'm in the market for an Underground Sea. Do I want to play this out? Yeah, I do. I want to put some pressure on them. They're using like pain lands and stuff. At this point, I might even brainstorm away the Force of Will. Oh, that's pretty good. Do I just want to play a land? No, let's brainstorm. Let's hope to... Oh, that's so good. Okay. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think we put this back. And D does so much for us. We have to crack is the thing. We have to crack if we want to go with the Beanstalk, and I do think we want to go with the Beanstalk. We could just put this back, and we could go up with the Beanstalk and maybe hit a land. Yeah, because I want to keep this in hand. I'm greedy. So I'm going to go get my trop. Green, black. Wasteland? Question mark, question mark. No. So I'm just going to attack. And what I'm going to do here is I've got Force with Beanstalk effect in play. And I have Deed, which will blow up, which I'll probably blow for like 0 or 1. So as not to disrupt my Beanstalk. I might just wait. Portable hole. What is he targeting? We'll know once upon resolution, but I'm not worried. If he targets my Beanstalk, that is A-okay with me because I'm gonna be able to get it back. And I'll get a new draw trigger when he does do that. I would be surprised if he targets the Bowmaster. But whatever he targets is going to probably have an ETB, and I'm probably going to get it back. And I don't think this player is playing Force of Will. Yep, that's great for me. So if they go for something like, okay, Carpet, again, they're going to get 1 burst of mana out of it, and then it's going to go with the Deed. Okay. I'm perfectly happy if they choose to crack that. Okay, they've got a lot of blue mana. Or a lot of whatever color they want. This swamp is already paying dividends. 2 blue. Probably an Emery. Oh, they're just creating a construct. Yeah, that's great. So if I can find a land, the absolute best top deck in my deck is any form of mana. All right, we didn't get it. Question is, do we want to ponder? This is pretty big. We want to ponder to try to find a land and set up Deed for next turn, or do we just want to play Deed now? They could, if we play Deed now, they could absolutely just go get. Yeah, we don't want to play Deed now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ponder. If I go up the Beanstalk again, I could get the land. I would definitely take. No, I don't care about my life total. Okay, so I'm going to go up the Beanstalk here. No, because I might need to Deed for a little bit more mana. I'm gonna ponder here. See if we can find a land. We find a land, and we find a Murktide, which is a good follow-up to. I think we don't care about this. This is good. We take this. I'm just gonna play it. Sadly, we're gonna take a bunch of damage, but then we're gonna blow everything up. So I think that's fine. We just hold out and we clinch. Do I care about that Murktide? I don't really care about that Murktide. I can find another Murktide. I'm going to commit to just blowing Deed for 1. And I'm going to commit to going with the Beanstalk again. He's going to get 1 more turn of a lot of mana, but he's got 2 cards in hand. And I've got 2 forces, which are going to draw me cards. All right, I've got 3 forces, which are going to draw me cards. I will chump with the token. That is great. I am thrilled that you decided to do that. So they're going to have like enough mana that they can just use Saga, but they actually can't. Oh, yeah, they can use Saga with the trigger on this stack. So, yeah, that's efficient use of their Saga, their Carpet mana. This is a grinder of a game. We're both like super low in clock. I might have to like take a break and go for a walk after this just to clear my head. There's a lot of thinking, trying to like learn all the new cards in their deck and also trying to figure out these lines. I mean, you could definitely say their deck is underpowered. They're playing like a pretty janky mana base, playing lands that destroy themselves and stuff. They're not going all in on like a strategy like Affinity, for example, would. So if my hope is that they play some 1-drops. Just play 1-drops and make my day, please. 1 white mana floating. 5/5s. Get a Teague. I committed to not. Yeah, I think I committed to blowing Deed for 1, so it makes sense to go ahead and force this. So I'll draw my card. It's an island, which is fine. Now I'm going to take 5. I'm not going to take 5. I'm going to chump. All right, is that the end of the turn? Again, another creature that I cannot wipe away. I think we force this. Yep, gosh, you're feeling the weight of Resolve Beanstalk here. It's really strong. They might be thinking about blowing my graveyard here, just in case of Murktide, but that's not even what I care about. I care about getting Supreme. Yep, that's fine. They're going to take yet another one. So they're putting themselves pretty low. Oh, another card that's going to die in the Deed. Deed is such a good card. My goodness. They are going to be so sad to see this. Thinking like Metallic Rebuke. They can't even cast. So green. We'll just do blue here, I guess. Wait. Green, black, blue. Deed. I'm going to tap a green for this. X is currently 1. Done. I will take my... That's fine. Just ping you here. You're going to lose so much stuff. I'm going to get a Beanstalk trigger. I'm going to go ahead and attack. And I'm going to pass. I think it's worth going ahead and doing this just for momentum. Set up my next 2 draws. They're all insane. Yeah, I think we... Murderous Cut is probably the least important of these. If we don't need Murderous Cut, we can get rid of it with Witherbloom. Let's see what they have. They have 3 cards in hand. Goblin Engineer is a good start. Despite everything I've done, they've still got a lot. They've still got a lot of action here. They may be playing. Okay, Crucible is an interesting card. They can use that to recur Sagas. I do need to get this out of play. Thankfully, I'm going to draw here. I'm going to go up the Beanstalk. And I think I'm going to have enough mana to go ahead and cut this. Draw 3 cards. Including the other Beanstalk. Alright, and now I'll just attack. We're both in the 4-minute range, but I'm confident that with my Bowmaster and my triple cantripping Murktide region, I can get the job done here. They're going to need something really powerful. That's powerful. We're going to need to find our other Deed. Okay. Go ahead and pop the graveyard out here so we can see what's in there. They've got Portable Hold. They've got a lot of good stuff. We really need to find this other Deed. I don't think we can Witherbloom because we might accidentally discard it. That's it. We've got it. I see the line. So we Witherbloom, then we recur, and then we Witherbloom again. Black. Cast. Target creature gets. And target opponent loses 2 life. Okay, and then they have 0 cards in hand. Now I'm going to go fetch. We do have 3 in play. This will get back Witherbloom command. Okay. Yes. Now we'll go. We're not going to have enough green mana to do it this turn, sadly. Green. It's actually safer to leave it on top, probably then. We may be able to spike a land. We have a second Bowmasters, which also does it. I think what I do is I just put this down, and I think I just go ahead and, because he has Cobalt Therapy in his graveyard, get that out of play. So we're going to definitely need this Witherbloom to close the game. Now that I chose to take out the Emery. He has to keep his hand completely empty every single turn. He doesn't have Cobalt Therapy in his graveyard. If he has it in his hand, he can get it. All right, great games. Yeah, otherwise, like, it's possible that I wouldn't have necessarily drawn. Let's see if I draw a bunch of cards. I'm just going to see how far down. So I had the second Witherbloom, which was, you know, going to be GG. But like, if I had to like organically draw to, I've never even had this card, many cards in my hand. How do I scroll over to get them? Okay. Yeah, like it would have been a while before I got to Deed. Yep. Well, very cool. So I'm going to take a break after the very long game, and I will be back to record again shortly. All right, we're jumping into round 3. I took a restful walk and I feel energized. I ate some food. I did some non-Magic the Gathering related, stuff on the internet. Did some work and I feel supercharged, ready to try to close out this league with strength. All right, we're paired with MGS 2017. MGS like Metal Gear Solid, maybe. Demir Scam. Oh, because this is modern, so who knows what we're up against. We are going to play first. This is a very defensible hand. It is soft to Bowmasters, but we're going to be on the play, which means we can potentially daze a Bowmasters. So I'm going to keep this. The fact that we can play up the Beanstalk into daze and then potentially just play a second one, I like that. Make them think we're Delver here. Worst case scenario, they play some sort of chalice or something that we need to destroy. We can destroy it. Okay, playing that tapped. All right. So it could be initiative. It could be a lot of things. I do think it's wise to go ahead and go with the Beanstalk now. Do we respect the fact that we have a daze? I mean, we can still get locked out. So I don't think... Yeah, I think we go ahead and we get the trop here. And I could have definitely, after he did that, after my opponent did that, gone and gotten something else. But I'm going to respect the fact that they may have Blood Moon here by getting this. Not that I can really do anything about it. Yeah, I mean, I could have just gotten it off that, I guess. Yeah, that was kind of a misplay. Because now I have to take a separate step to go get black. Well, I am going to daze that. Daze that back to my hand. And they have the Spirit Guide. So we're going to be fatal pushing this probably. Assuming we can somehow get a card into our graveyard. So our best draw is probably an Underground Sea or some sort of fetch. Well, fetch is definitely the best draw. Because then we can fetch. And that'll turn on our Underground Sea. It's unfortunate that we drew the Force of Will now. So what we could do, what I'm thinking we do, is we brainstorm, see if we can find a fetch, and then if we can't find a fetch, we can shuffle a lot of these things back into our deck. Hey Quinn, Daddy's recording. I can't talk to you right now. I'll talk to you when I'm done, okay? And we do find a fetch. This is perfect. I'm going to put back this. Put back this. Next turn, I can waste the land that they play. And right now, I'm not going to waste any time. I'm just going to go ahead and get my Underground Sea here. And I'm going to go ahead and push. All right. So Wasteland with Witherbloom is going to be very strong. And if we need to, we can force, although, of course, we want to wait to force just because we want to be able to go further up the Beanstalk if we can. That's fine. All right. This is really turning out well for us here. So what we can do is we can Witherbloom, we can destroy this, and we can bring a Wasteland back. All right. Yeah. I feel very favored here. Okay. So I'm going to untap. So I think we do go ahead and waste first. They've got 5 cards in their hand. They're going to be choked on resources. Green, black, Witherbloom. Destroy target. Yeah, we're going to do that. Mill myself, destroy that. And any land they play, assuming it's not a basic mountain, we're going to waste it. We don't want to waste the City of Traders because they could have another City of Traders in hand. I think pitching Stifle is probably better here. Do we care about this? I don't think we do. Yeah, I'm just going to let it happen. Okay. If we can get enough lands in play, I wouldn't be surprised if they just didn't want to play out of land because they know I have the Wasteland. So I'm going to see what I get here. Another card that I can potentially pitch to force. I think it makes sense to go ahead and hit this now. Again, I do think they probably have another one, but yeah. So what I'm really hoping to do is force something, draw 2 cards. Hopefully one of which will be a... Okay. So I really want to get Witherbloom Command back now. That is absolutely what I want to do. So next turn I may play an island and go ahead and Lorien Revealed for the Mystic Sanctuary. Another Wasteland would be good here. That is not what we want to see. Yeah, I think we just have to island cycle here. Well, I can do this end of turn. Let's see what they do. But really all I've got going on is Force of Will, which I will force basically anything he puts on the stack at this point. Hopefully he does not have, they do not have Cavernous Souls. I'll take it. My life total is slowly getting lower. It is something I need to think about. All right. I'm going to go ahead and island cycle here. Sanctuary. Okay. Now I'm going to untap, draw. I'm going to use this to put this on top. Okay. Unfortunately, even if I get it back, I'm not going to be able to use this turn. Murderous Cut into... So yeah, I'm not going to use my Murderous Cut here. I'll hold it, and hopefully they'll play something worth cutting. The next turn, we'll be able to destroy the Chalice and bring back Wasteland for whatever land they play here. I think we hold this. I'm going to hold out hope that I can deal with this 1-1 as IMS, a big advantage. Right? So I'm just going to go ahead and draw this. Green, black, Witherbloom. And we're going to destroy back the Wasteland. Play the Wasteland. And now the Spell Pierce and the Stifles do things. Right? So it looks like they're mana screwed. That our 3 Wasteland effects have had an impact. We'll see if they play a land here before passing. Interesting. So, yeah. Sadly, I don't really have a lot to do here. They're going to discard. They discard a Trinisphere, which unfortunately they didn't play. That would have been really powerful if they had played it out. I think at this point, I've got like so little going on that I am just going to go ahead and cut this. I'll exile 1, 2, 3, 4. Just exile lands. Go up the Beanstalk twice. Okay. Didn't really draw anything that's useful here. Not even sure actually if we have anything left to fetch. I think we've got 1 Trop and 1 Underground Sea. I'm just going to pass. I think we let this happen. If we get our other Witherbloom, we can blow that up. Blood Moon. Okay. Yeah, scary card. Let's see if we can get a card that does something here. Murktide would be good. I'm just going to see if I can peel a Murktide, because that's what we really need, is to be able to end the game. I mean, this is so good here. I think we do keep it on top of the library. Okay, 2 mana. All right, I'm just going to pass. Again, even if they have just like Windmill Slam cards, we have a lot that we can do here. Okay, there's the Den. They are going to play something here. There's no reason why I can't just Fatal Push it. I would like to get some cards, though. There's the Murktide we wanted, and a Bowmaster as well. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and cast Bowmaster here. Or, I'm sorry, I'm going to cast Murktide. Blue, blue. I'm trying to play fast, so that was not like optimal in terms of choosing cards to... So did we get a land? No, we didn't get a land. Okay, so that's going to hit, and then I think it is worth going ahead and just playing this out rather than discarding it. Even if they somehow manage to land a Blood Moon, I don't think... So we got to discard 2 cards. I think we discard this and probably... So we still have double Force plus Daze plus Spell Pierce up. And they... This is kind of what I was worried about. I'm going to go ahead and fetch here. Get an Underground Sea. Then I'm just going to float black. Resolve. As soon as I have priority again, just kill it. And I definitely could have used Fatal Push there if I hadn't discarded it. Fury. Discarding it. I don't really care about these. I think I just let that happen. I mean, that says something about what a strong position I am that I'm not even concerned about these. 4 damage. Oh, he's going to double Fury. I feel bad for you, son, if that is what you're... Okay, interesting. He's playing it out. They're playing it out, I should say. 2 swings like this, and that should end the game. So much interaction. Up is not even funny. Rebel Master... I mean, I should force it probably. Yeah, they just scooped. D comes in. Swamp comes in. Force of Vigor comes in. Dismembers. Dress down Cook. Command. Let's take a look at our... They're just playing... I got the 4 Ponders. I take out the 2 Edicts. The reason I take out the Ponders is they're just really bad. If there's a Chalice or a Transfer, Force Negation can come in too. And then, yeah, I'm bringing in 10 cards. And then I think I pull out a Sanctuary, a Beanstalk. I think I need some more cards. Are we not bringing in Deeds? I feel like we should bring in Deed. I do keep the Dazes in, just because as you saw, like, their mana base is not the greatest, and sometimes they'll just go for it anyway. All right. Let's go back in. This hand, I don't think it's keepable. Who knows whether we're going to draw a second green source. I mean, this can... I want to keep a hand that can get a blue source. This hand also very weak. We're just dead. If they have a Blood Moon effect turn 1, I think we mulligan again. This hand's much better. This has basic land. I think we probably put back the sea, and I mean, we might put back the Wasteland. I think like last game where I was able to completely waste him out of the game, I don't think that's likely to happen again. So yeah, what I'm going to do is and they're mulliganing to 5 as well, it looks like. So we could put back a Brainstorm instead of this Daze. I kind of like putting back Daze though. Keep this, and I'm going to put back Daze, and all right. Oh, okay, slow start. That's good. And if they have like a Tomb or something, they're only going to get 1 use of it. We have the ability to force twice if the situation calls for it. Okay, Ancient Tomb. There we go. This is a force. We can get the island here. So that's not an issue. I think I just force pitching Brainstorm here, because I do want to be able to advance my game plan. And I'm just going to hold the blue card for force. Untap. Hit that. This was a good pickup. See what other stuff they have. They've got 3 cards to go through. They have like very little in the way of card selection here. This could be another moon effect. Mirror is strong enough that we should force it. Just does so much. And here I am going to go ahead and I think I manipulate my top card. Oh, we got to keep that. Yeah, that was an unfortunate thing. Like, I definitely wouldn't want to draw a land in this situation, but I kind of have to. 3 mana basically unlocks their entire deck. So effectively, I have nothing in my hand except land. I could draw another force, which would be great. That is going to resolve, sadly. So now we really do want to get a Bowmasters off the top to stop them from getting value from this. I think it is worth going ahead and cycling, because we're on our back foot already. Like, we're not going to win this game if it goes on like this. This is a good card. I'm just going to go ahead and 2, 3. See if we can go all the way with this. They've already taken some damage, so they're 3 whacks away from death, and they're not going to be able to attack in. They could attack in and Fury us. Let's see what they discard here. If they Fury to kill this, that is a Fury that they're not going to hardcast later with the tokens that they're going to get off the Goblin Shaman. Dead Gone? Rabble Master. Okay. So this has to attack. Okay, so let's do some math here. This is going to be attacking for quite a bit. Yeah, that is okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and... If they have Fury, we're pretty dead anyway. I don't want them to keep generating mana. Oh, all right. They have another scary thing. A second Rebel Master, maybe. Magus. Okay. If I get a Hydroblast at this point, I'll probably use it to kill the Goblin Rabble Master. I mean, if we hold back, let's see, this has to attack, this will attack. Is it getting better for us to hold back? I don't think it is because they're no longer taking damage off this. Our best draw, so let's say hypothetically we did draw Hydroblast. We could hit that and then we could potentially kill that. So we're taking 1, 2, so each additional goblin. So this is going to be dealing 4, 2, so 6. So we're losing the race, but we get a first attack in. I think I'm going to just go ahead and attack here. It's not getting any better for me, and I want to... yeah, Hydroblast could turn this on its ear if I can Hydroblast the Rabble Master. I'm not going to be able to Hydroblast Magus. It's just too late. They've got 3 mana, but they've got nothing in hand. So we're going to take a lot here. Okay. Poorly, if I hold this back, this can't attack next turn. So we'll just be taking some damage. We won't be taking lethal damage. But they can copy with that. So let's see what we draw. Hydroblast, the best draw in the deck. That is what we draw here. Okay, so let's say hypothetically. Okay, wow, this is a good draw. So we're going to be hitting for... We hit that, we remove City of Traders. They can't tap for mana. Alternatively, okay. So we hit them for 6. We Hydroblast this. No, we have to Hydroblast this if we're going to be able to use this. So the real question is, do we Hydroblast this or do we Hydroblast this? I'm thinking we Hydroblast this. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can make a copy, but that's taking 2 out. Yep, I'm just going to kill this, and I'm going to hope that they die. They can draw Dead Gone. They can draw one of many cards that essentially end the game for us. But they can't kill us with damage that's already on the table. What's it going to be? If they drew Broadside Bombardiers, for example, we're dead. The fact that they're thinking for so long makes me think that they don't have anything and that they're just like, damn, I was so close. Hopefully that's what they're thinking right now. Good games. Okay, yeah. Game 2 was super tight. All right. Round 4. We are undefeated. And yeah, we've only dropped 1 game so far the entire time. So I'm feeling good. Being able to beat Moon Stompy, historically I've always thought that was our toughest matchup other than, Goblins, which is now banned. Turbo Goblins is. 12 posts might be one of our tougher matches, but less common. Like Moon Stompy's everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like the second or third most played deck in the format. Now we're up against I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this. Tagaris? No legacy. Well, legacy lands from like a year ago. This hand is all around reasonable. We have lots of Bowmasters. If it's a blue deck matchup, we have Days. We have the ability to go up the Beanstalk. We have Fatal Push if they open with a problematic creature. I'm going to keep. It's not a great hand. A great hand would have Force of Will, but it's definitely a doable hand. Okay, so probably lands here. No turn 1 play is good for us. I'm just going to play my Scalding Tarn and see what they do next. That's not a great pickup because we're going to have to go up the Beanstalk probably. And that means we're going to be subjected to the 4 Wastelands and maybe even a Ghost Quarter that are in their deck. Okay. I'm just going to... I think we go ahead and we get the Hedge Maze here. Don't need another Wasteland. Okay. Draw. Wasteland. And I am pretty confident Beanstalk is the right play here just for momentum purposes. We could brainstorm, put back some of these, but now the fact, well, we only have functionally 1 days, and if we use it, it's going to really set us back. But if they fetch a lot, we're going to be able to waste 2 non-basics that they fetch out of their deck. Now at this point, I'm thinking they're probably playing, what deck could they be playing? Perhaps it's, well, I was going to say, oh, this is strong enough that we want to pull. Okay, that worked. So now I'm regretting getting the hedge maze, kind of, because I definitely don't want to be playing it out, but I'm going to go ahead and play it out. We don't need this. I am going to waste them off this just to ensure, like, maximize the likelihood that Daze is relevant here. Now that we have Force joining the party, most likely I'm pitching Daze to Force. Okay, no plays. That's great for me. Land would be great. I mean, they definitely could have Bowmasters. I think we just play this and we hold for another turn. And next turn we can go get a land. This is probably going to affect if they have other basics. They're going to fetch a basic now that we've shown the Wasteland. But at some point this will shut off enough of their lands that... Okay, so here I am going to go find a land. This is pretty perfect. So I think what we do is we probably just take the... I want both of these. But at the same time, having a force in the top cards, just to give me a second force in case of a pinch, I think that's good. I think the island is probably the least relevant. We haven't seen any wastelands. Then this, and then I'll play this out. Okay. And again, we shall pass. Lots of interaction up. My opponent could have some sort of uncounterable hammer. Punishing Fire is not relevant to me at all, really. I'm glad to see Punishing Fire. It's an underpowered card today, in my humble opinion. I'm going to be brainstorming away these Bowmasters, almost certainly. I just want to be sure before I do that they don't have a Bowmaster of their own. Let's go ahead and attempt a Bowmasters here. Or, I'm sorry, Brainstorm, so we can put back the Bowmasters. That resolved. That is very good. Okay, so I'm going to just put these back. I don't think they're what we're looking for here. I can play a land for turn. Do I want to... there's nothing really to target with this. Getting a Wasteland is not necessarily helpful right now. It'll be helpful in a minute. I could go ahead and get an Underground Sea and then just ponder. I know my top 2 cards are bad, so I don't want to... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Ponder here, see what we set up. Another Beanstalk would be good. We got a Beanstalk. All right, so I'm going to draw Beanstalk next turn. I'm going to draw a Ponder, so I just have an extra force card. I'll pass. I still have no idea what my opponent's playing. They may be completely flooded, it looks like. Okay. If they get a non-basic, I'm just going to waste it. Okay. 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 More non-basics. All right, well, I'm definitely going to go Witherbloom Command into Wasteland next turn, just to continue to constrict their options. Grove is a good Wasteland target. Vile Smasher, whatever you cast your friend. Choose an opponent. A random Vile Smasher deals damage equal to that, the mana value of that. I think this is a force. It's a 2/3. We don't have the ability to immediately kill it. Daze isn't going to get any better than just being pitch fodder probably here. Okay. Right, and they're passing. Here, I think cutting them off Grove might force them to make a move on Grove. I do want a land drop here. I want to go green, black, Witherbloom. We're going to say target player mills cards, and I'll drain some life. Hopefully I'm not flipping like 3 Murktides, because this is my plan to win. I feel like hitting this is fine. Next turn, if we can find a fetch, we could even get Witherbloom, and we could waste them a third time. All right, they have no shortage of land, though, so maybe wasting them isn't even good use of our time. I do want to go up the Beanstalk here, hopefully finding a land. Green, blue, Beanstalk. Playing against some pretty weird brews. I don't want to forgo a land drop. I'm going to ponder here. I mean, technically, Lorien Revealed is a land drop, and Daze can pitch. So I think what we do is we do. I'll draw the Daze with the intention of pitching it to. I am really worried that they're going to try to cast something that's uncounterable, though. It looks like they don't have anything in their hand. All right, so I'm going to go get a land this turn. Island cycle. At this point, I do feel a little bottlenecked on mana. Don't really see any returning. I guess a Force of Will is worth returning. So I get a Mystic Sanctuary, and I'll just play it out, and I'll put a Force of Will in. Because each of these Force of Wills represents maybe like 1.5 turns, because they're going to be drawing like lots of redundant dead lands. Yes, I'll pass, and I can Bowmasters at the end step if I need to. They do have Punishing Fire in their hand, but they might just fire it off. Who knows? But I like having lots of mana up. That's fine. Go ahead and play this out now. They're probably going to attempt a Punishing Fire, which I can counter. I just want to get their life lower. Surprised they're that low in life already. I think we go in attack and just be ready for the Punishing Fire. I'm not crazy, right? The Punishing Fire is in their hand, and I expected that. I'm going to go ahead and counter it with a Daze. I want to counter this. They have one card left in hand. I think we do. Keeping this in play to stop the... okay, now I drew a second one, so even if they have something else to kill it, I can still... They're going to take combat damage. I'm going to be able to get a Murktide out now. Absolutely what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get a land. I'll get a Underground Sea here. And I'm just going to go blue, blue, Murktide, and we're going to exile, draw a bunch of cards. I mean, at this point, I don't think it's terrible to just do this. Destroy target creature. I mean, I'm almost into just getting back another... I didn't think about that. Yeah, they can technically stop this. They're not going to be able to draw very many cards anyway. I think I just let them draw and not make a big deal out of it. Yeah. So if they want to get extra cards, they can. I do have one Force of Will still going, and then I've got probably lethal Bowmasters in 2 turns, because I'm going to cast 2 Bowmasters. Yeah. So let's go to Sideboard. Not really sure what they're playing. I mean, frankly, it looked pretty janky. I do think this comes in, and I think the Hydroblast can come in. I think with the mana that they have, I don't think it's a problem to sideboard these out. Wouldn't be surprised if they were bringing in... I think we take our tempo stuff out. We did see a creature. We might see Magus. I think it's probably good to bring these in. Yeah. I'm just going to do like that and go lighter on Disruption. If they are bringing that in, I think it's worth taking out an Underground Sea for a swamp, just in case they're playing Blood Moon. Blood Moon is like a really strong way to like cheese a win against us. We run it back like this, and then we'll see what we see in their next... Okay, so 16 minutes. I'm down 4 minutes. Granted, I'm the control deck. That's usually the case. This looks really solid. I'm going to keep this. I can answer a Magus in the Moon. I can't necessarily answer a Blood Moon. So here, I'm just going to play this out, and we'll wait. Tropical Island is definitely something like... End step, I might just get a Hedge Maze and then go get an island. I think I'm Hedge Maze here. Don't think this is where we want to be right now. I'm just going to put it in my graveyard because I want to cast Murktide. That does make me want to get a Underground Sea, but I think we're just dead if he has the Blood Moon the next turn, though, if we don't get this. So I think... I could get a swamp, and then I do have Shielder's Edict. Yeah, I think that's actually what we want to do here. And then we're going to get something else to power our... yeah, there's the island. So actually, this is not bad at all. So if they have exactly Blood Moon, we could still lose. We might still be able to win through a Blood Moon, but I don't think it's super likely. Considering all the colors they're playing 3 colors, they may not have Blood Moon here. They're getting basics though, which is scary. One of the weaknesses of my deck is that it can't... Oh, this guy, I haven't seen him in a while. Enters the battlefield, discard 2 cards, then draw 2 cards. These in Pyromancer from your graveyard. Okay, so it's got kind of like a flashback thing. Yeah, that's fine. So they're going to be able to... But these creatures don't have haste. This card does sort of make me want to put Pernicious Steed in for next turn, though. Fetch would be great, because then I could, you know, Beanstalk into Murderous Cut. What is he... Does he do anything other than that? He just has the ability to get exiled. I think we're not quite to... I think what we could do is we could brainstorm, hopefully find a fetch, put back some of this redundant removal. We do find a fetch. So this, we can fetch and then we can kill this, and then we just have to deal with these. I think that's fine. Huh. Or we could Bowmasters and kill one of them and kill the other in combat, and that's fine too. But he could potentially hit it with this. Okay. So I've got lots of life, but I don't really want to take this damage. I think what we do is... This gives us Fatal Push, but really what I'd love to do is I'd love to resolve Murktide Regent and then cast Murderous Cut afterwards. So we're putting back one of the Murderous Cuts. That's too much load on our graveyard. I think we're putting back Dismember at this point because I have a Swamp. Yeah. And then I'm just going to go like this. I think I'm going to go get... Oh, it's so good if I can wait a turn and Murderous Cut though. Yeah, I think I'm going to get greedy and I'm just going to... Okay, so let's say I do hypothetically kill this. And I mean, they might be playing Orcish Bowmasters too, which I'm just worried about what their next turn play is. I think it's better to wait. And we have Orcish Bowmasters, we have Shieldred's Edict, we can see what they do before. And if they play another one of these, then it'd be really like this. Orcish Bowmasters. The block, we just block here. And then next turn, we can Fatal equal to that spell's mana value to the player or Planeswalker. So this is really dangerous with Fury. Right, so I think what I do here is I probably Murderous Cut this. I think I go up the Beanstalk and I Murderous Cut this, and I just leave that in play for a turn. What do we draw here? Dismember. So we could actually Murderous Cut and Dismember. That's not terrible. All right, so I'm going to go... Oh, wait. Yeah, we can. Because we can pay colorless. It's going to hurt us, but my opponent's down to 4 cards. The Ponder's not... I still think it's good to just clear this out. So I'm going to start with a Dismember here. Then I think we can just Murderous Cut. That might be useful to bring back from our graveyard. We're probably not realistically casting it. I don't think he has any hasty creatures in his deck. I am really low on time here. I've just been thinking really hard because like all 3 of them, or 3 of the 4 matches I played against so far today have been kind of bruised. Oh, wow. I wouldn't be surprised if they did have... I think it's fine with all the mana we have available to go ahead and Brainstorm and then probably Lorien Revealed to get rid of some of these black cards. Because what we want here, we don't need a redundant Murktide. Actually, this is probably a better pitch. So we do that. Now, I'm going to go Island Cycle. I'm going to get a second Underground Sea, I guess. Black seems to be a choke point. Play that out. Then I can just go blue. How big do I... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I can make it full-sized already. So I think that's fine. I'm just going to make it full-size and I'll keep back some... 4 or 5, draw 2 cards. It is entirely possible that they have some sort of flash threat here. At this point, I think we hold back because I don't want to have to counter a flash threat. I'm just going to... All right. As I suspected, they have some sort of flash card. Okay, create 2 1/1 red elemental creatures. Do I want to stop? I didn't realize they could do that as an instant. Again, I need to read the cards, but reading the cards takes time, and I'm already down on the clock. So... cards I would force here, definitely like a Blood Moon type effect, even though I've got my mana mostly under me. Fable is forcible. They have so much mana and so many cards. I'm really wondering what they're doing over there. Any sort of removal spell on my Murktide That is totally fine. I actually can just dismember it. I may just dismember it now. No, I can Shield Edict it. I don't need to take the damage. They're not attacking, which is fine. Interesting. They have no graveyard to work with. Force would be the best draw. Force is the best draw. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and... trying to think if there's any reason why I shouldn't just go ahead and attack. A second... I mean, I have so many cards that if I can cantrip into a second one... These are not very good, but actually Lorien Revealed is fine because I can use that to get a land. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and Lorien Revealed here. We'll get a land. We'll get another Underground Sea here. I'm just going to ponder here. Again, I'm looking for another Murktide so I can have a huge blocker. Find another Murktide. Okay, I'm going to play this out. I am still a turn away from being able to Murktide profitably, I think. So I think what I do here is I am going to attack with Murktide and then assume that I have whatever they attack me with covered. They could absolutely blow me out. So next turn we should be able to kill them. And yeah, I'm just going to wait. They may attack him with these. Once they go to combat, I'll feel a lot better because I'll know what I'm facing. Black, Shielder's Edict. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Those two. Interesting. They're playing their own Beanstalk. Well, I don't care about that. I think it's good to go ahead and pick these off. I think it's fine to force this. Interesting. Okay. So this actually isn't going to kill me, I don't think. I'm going to get to ping their other guy. So that's fine. Wow. Do I lose here? I don't lose because I can just... Now I'm going to take some damage for sure. So they're going to be able to ping my Bowmaster. Throwing again. They get to ping me again. I don't think this is of consequence. This is an interesting turn of events. I didn't realize that. I'd never even heard of Needle. Okay, so I'm confident I'm still going to win. Play this. I think I can, yeah. Good games. So I had it covered anyway because I could have just like paid a bunch of mana and basically removed their threats if I needed to attack a second time. But I don't know what they had in hand. They may have had some more Needlebite traps. I'm surprised. Like, how did that gain life? Oh, they forced me to gain life. All right. So, yeah, interesting deck. Not a strong deck in my opinion. And we've lost one game. We're going into the trophy round. Let's do it. Yeah, I mean, you're trying to kill your opponent, but you're giving them life. I don't know. It sounds counterintuitive to me. I think like. I'm not going to say that I'm playing perfectly or anything like that. I do feel like a lot of my decisions are like, I could have done this and like lined up my land drop better, or I could have made better use of that cantrip. But I will say that like my matchups have been ridiculously favorable here. Other than, of course, the Moon Stompy matchup, which is, as I said, like really hard. I don't feel like I'm playing against legacy power level decks today. So I'm sure if you're watching this and you're like, oh yeah, like Beans is really strong. Just keep that in mind. Like these matchups have been kind of almost comically like, and no shade to my opponents. My opponents seem to be playing fine. It's just that they're experimenting with their decks and brewing stuff, and they're just not like super duper. I mean, if I get matched against like Rescaminator or Moon Stompy again or something like that, like I'm going to be genuinely shaken. But I don't feel like I earned a trophy just because I got so lucky with pairings here. So either way, I'm having a good time. I'm making meaningful decisions. I'm hopefully getting better at and getting faster. That's my main thing that I'm trying to work on, is just playing faster. Not necessarily making the optimal decision, making a good enough decision. Because if we had to go to round 3, like game 3, there's a very real chance that I would be having to make rushed plays because of timing, because of time limitation. All right. Final round. We are against JovMel81. If he was born in 81, he's practically as old as I am. Jeskai Control. All right, so this is going to be a ball game. And this is an experienced person who's 5-0'd with Jeskai Control several times. Mentor, Triumph, Narsets are scary. Jace is not scary. Yeah, I mean, this is precisely the kind of deck that Bowmasters can potentially tear apart as long as we do well. Very few targets for Wastelands. Those are almost certainly going to be boarded out. This hand has a Bowmasters. It has Ponder. It has some lands. They're not playing Blood Moon in the main deck. They are playing a Back to Basics. I'm going to keep this. This Fatal Push is almost certainly useless. They have 2 creatures in their entire deck, neither of which can easily be killed by Fatal Push. But I'm going to keep on the strength of Orcish Bowmaster. They led with a non-basic. So if we can find... And they only have 3 non-basics in the entire deck, it looks like. So if we can find a Wasteland, this will be a good chance to potentially disrupt their removal color. If we can find another Bowmaster, that's even better. All right, another kind of dead card. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and play Trop and maybe confuse them as to the nature of our deck while I ponder to try to find a Wasteland or a Beanstalk would be good. Or yeah, I mean, I'm not going to send this stuff back. So I will send that back. We'll draw that next, and we're going to draw the Force. I don't think they have anything super powerful at the 2 cost level. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to hit their cantrip, and then we're just going to try to ride Bowmaster to victory, essentially. They are not playing Daze. They are playing... They don't play Spell Pierce. They basically don't have any counter magic other than their Force of Wills and Force Negations that we can turn off by casting stuff on their turn. The Shieldred's Edict is, secretly not terrible here because they do have 6 Planeswalkers, but I mean, it's still pretty bad because you don't want to be like, you want to force Planeswalkers. You don't want them to resolve because all of the Planeswalkers get value immediately. The only Planeswalker that can resolve without immediately getting value, I think, is Minsk and Boo, because there is a trigger when it comes into play before it can use any of its abilities. So this person is also playing pretty slow, which is good because, I mean, maybe we can win through time pressure. Yep, cantrip. So they've used 2 of the 8 cantrips in their deck. They're not playing Preordain or anything. So this turn, I think I'm going to hold the Scalding Tarn just because I could draw a Brainstorm and put back some of these worse cards later. So this turn we are drawing an Orcish Bowmasters, I believe. And the next turn we're drawing, was it a cantrip? I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's a Fatal Push. So we're definitely going to want to draw a Ponder at some point. Actually, knowing that we're going to draw a Fatal Push, it might be wise to just go ahead and crack Scalding Tarn and go get an Underground Sea. Okay, this person's playing substantially slower than me, which I'm not used to, but I'll take it. This is going to be a grinder. It's going to be a slog. I would not be surprised if we play 45, 50 minutes of the clock here. Jeskai, I think, is the strongest control deck right now. Like, other than Sultai Beans. I think Sultai Beans is the best, but I do think Jeskai, with its ability to play lots of basics, it's very resilient against Moon Stompy. Yeah, I don't know why I did that there. I think I just made it extremely transparent that I have a Orcish Bowmasters, but I'm fine with that. Because it's not like they can do anything about it if I do have one. They're fetching EOT, probably getting a... they may be playing a Surveil land since they last updated. I don't see any Surveil in here. Oh, Xander's Lounge. Okay, so they're doing a 4-color, which I think is a slightly better matchup. It's not a slightly better matchup, it's a lot better. Let's see what they do here. Okay. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just take the ping and they... yeah, but I'm the beatdown here. I just want to get material on the table and attack them. The next turn, if they remove this for some reason, I'm going to go ahead and play the other one. Wasteland is the best draw on my deck. Force is not a bad draw. If I go in with the second Bowmasters, the risk I have is that I'm not able to stop them with my force here. I'm going to play with the land. I think the extra damage is not worth exposing my second Bowmasters. I just need to have exactly one on the table at any given point to make it painful for them to cantrip and stuff. No point in looking at this list because we've established that they're on some other form. Okay. Again, the extra damage, just not worth it. Like, let's see what they do here. They may follow some line thinking that they can remove my Bowmasters and then they're in the clear. At this point, I do think it's worth going ahead and playing this. Are they going to cantrip now? That's bad because it potentially allows them to do a lot of stuff. I mean, I think this is fine. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to see if they respond to that. Because I want to be doing maximum damage, and they're going to be able to unload their cantrips next turn, and they're going to draw a card off this. This is a tempo play, and it may be wrong. It absolutely could be wrong. They're going to force back, so yeah, it's an alright play, I guess, if they're forcing back. Okay. Are they going to force this? Okay. So we're going to have some tempo now. Best draw in our deck is probably some sort of Ponder or Brainstorm so we can get some of these cards out of our hand and Witherbloom. Witherbloom's not terrible. I think we go ahead and attack first. Witherbloom, if we hold it, we can definitely... I think we have to press our advantage, though. I'm going to drain them. Hopefully I'll rip a Wasteland. I do. I think we get green. That's what I think. It's the Beanstalk color. It's already tapped. They're going to be able to remove one of my Bowmasters temporarily. Well, not really temporarily, really for the rest of the game, because I don't have a way to get rid of that main deck. Then we'll get another green source. So we press. I think we have to hold this in case they do have like a Terminus or Sling. I'll be sad if they survive by 1 damage. They don't know it yet, but they're basically putting themselves dead on board here. I do think that they have a Force of Will in hand. One card, they topped. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Beanstalk or something like that, but Supreme Verdict? No. What is this? Put there on Lingus. It's fine. For 2? Are they going to attack for 4? They're not going to attack at all. Okay, so what I think I do here is I think cast, kill that. This will force them to force. And then I go Shield Radiators to clean up that, and so I can attack in and kill them. Okay. Force is our best draw. Or anything blue for force. Yeah, that's great. Black, Shielder's Edict, creature token. Alright, and then whatever the card is in their hand that is going to potentially take us out, disrupt these, they have Terminus, anything like that, I'm going to force. Okay, we won. Alright, so we didn't see Uro. We can probably assume that Force Negation is going to be good. I'm not sure about these. I don't usually board these in. Let's take a look at our sideboard guide here. We're going to assume Triumph is in there. I think so. Underground Sea can come out and Swamp can go in. Fatal Pushes can come out. Edicts can come out. We bring in... So we'll bring in 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Carpet, 2 Dismembers, and a Swamp. Why are we bringing in Dismember? Because they could have Triumph in there. These come out. This comes out. Do one more cut. I can't remember what it is. What was it? Edicts. So we're bringing Swamp in. We're bringing 2 Dismembers, Carpet, and Force of Vigor. We're not bringing Dismember in? No, we're bringing Dismember in. What is the... Oh, I'm not bringing in Force Negation. Okay. I'm not sure about that. I feel like Force Negation should come in. Yeah, I think Force Negation should come in. So what I'll do is I I think Carpet could probably come out here. That sounds weird, but let's do that. We'll see. If we see any sign of Uro, we're going to switch our sideboard plan for the next round. This is... I mean, Beanstalk is what we want to be drawing here. This is weak if they happen to have... we're on the draw, but if they happen to have like a one-off Wasteland or something, we're in trouble. I'm going to hope that they don't play Wasteland. I didn't play Wasteland when I used to play a deck very similar to theirs. Carpet? Okay, I would force a Carpet. Because our entire plan is around... yeah, I mean, these two cards are suspect, but hopefully we'll get a chance to use them. All right, and we're looking for land. This is not a land. It is going in the graveyard. Even if it's a Beanstalk. No, we got to keep it. Also, if I put it in the graveyard, it's going to just shout to them like he needs land. Because why would you ever put that in your graveyard in this matchup? So I'll draw that. I'm going to go ahead and ponder here. Hopefully reveal a land. We do get a land. Okay, so all these cards are great. This is the least great. So I think what we'll do is we'll go like that. I'm just going to play this out, and I'm going to hold off on casting anything. If we think we need a Stifle, if they haven't cracked this for some reason, it's fine. If they haven't cracked this for some reason, I might just crack it because I would rather have a third land than a Stifle. Because I'm going to want to be able to Beanstalk. Yeah, so I think we probably crack Stifle, or we probably don't want Stifle here. I will 100% fight against Beanstalk if that's what they have. Okay, nothing. Great. So here, I'm just going to go ahead and fetch. Get a... Swamp is not the worst card, just because if they do have Carpet, I think I get Swamp here. Draw. That's pretty cool. I think we play this. Do we want to keep this up? I think we want to go ahead and go like that. Beanstalk, we have the option to brainstorm. Be interesting to see what we get here. Landline binding with that on the out. You shouldn't... I think I am going to force that. Beanstalk supremacy, and this replaces itself. They may be able to find a force for it, but I'm still going to get to draw a card off the force. And if they're forcing, they're going down. So I have Beanstalk supremacy currently. Okay. That's a good pickup. Draw off the Beanstalk. All right, a bunch of stuff we don't need, but we're not in a bad position. We have Beanstalk supremacy for the time being. 6 cards are there, 5. Okay. Carpet would be probably the scariest thing they could do here. Oh, I was worried that might be in their deck. We do have an answer for it, but you know, if they just start ramping out lands, it's pretty bad. Okay, they didn't have any land. This is great news. Because if we can... Oh, they do have a land. Okay, so they're going to probably put Ponder on top. What is that? Ponder? Yeah, that's fine. So I think we want to go up the Beanstalk, and then we want to Bowmasters here when they ponder. Hopefully we'll draw a land. We did get a land. Okay, we're just going to play it, and I'm just going to green another land. Yeah, it would have been better to get that in play just to have a second black source, but it's cool. So they don't have currently, because of this plains and because of this, they don't have the mana to bring Uro back. So I am 100% just going to fire this off into this. Try to get some value for it. I am well aware that they're probably just going to kill it somehow, but at this point, a little tempo does not hurt. Okay, that's fine. We still have our little beater. We're actually ahead on clock, which is a great feeling. Our hand is mono cards we don't want. These will kill Uro several times and cantrip twice when they're going through. Unfortunately, we can't do anything with that. We just have to hope that they play Uro next turn so we can cut it. Spell Pierce is pretty bad here, but it's not the worst. They're probably not going to play around Spell Pierce, so if they do have like a big Fireball spell, whatever it's called, Fourth Aerolingus, we'll be able to handle it. Nothing. Interesting. All right, well, at this point, Sanctuary, we're going to put Force of Will on top. I am totally fine to just sit here and attack and play lands. We got Hardcast Force here, which is very powerful with double Beanstalk. Even if they can force back, we're going to draw some cards here. Would I force an arrow? No, I would not. Okay. They're not doing anything. This is interesting. Play a land. I'm going to attack. Again, like one brainstorm unlocks this. Brainstorm plus fetch. Because we do want to get these dismembers out of our hand. And I'm not going to be playing dismember unless I somehow see Lavinia. I'm just going to counter. No, I'm not going to counter that. I'll just let it resolve because I can cut it. Okay. If that's your whole turn, I am totally chill with that. I have 2 of these, so I'm just going to use one. Even if they counter it, I will just draw 2 cards. I wouldn't be surprised if they counter it. But if they attempt to hardcast a force, I've got a Spell Pierce waiting for them. That's not even a big deal. I can just do it next turn, and I get to draw 2 cards. Force of Vigor is good. I don't want to cast it yet. Daze is bad. I think we just cut here. And this is what I was talking about, having Brainstorm and having... I want to do it now. Yeah, I'm going to do it now. I want to Brainstorm now. I'm going to put these dismembers back. So currently, their only green sources are these 2 cards. I'm going to go ahead and waste the Savannah here. I can't because I played a land. I'm dumb. I'm going to go with the Beanstalk further. It's fine. In a moment, we'll have Murktides arriving. And then once we have Murktide, I think we'll be in a pretty strong position. So we didn't even board correctly, but I still think we're in a pretty good position. They can go ahead and try to cast it here. They're not. All right. Well, I'm going to start wasting your green sources. I wouldn't be surprised if they had... I should have tapped differently for that, by the way. It's not going to be a big issue here. This, I think we can just hardcast force. I feel pretty dumb for tapping the way I did because now I'm going to have to discard. I'll probably discard Lorien Revealed because it does like nothing here. And I'm just going to... I think we just clear them off this and then they had to fetch the Volk. I think we cut them off green so just to reduce the possibility of them returning twice. Do I care about this? Not really. Let's see, how many forces do I have left in my deck? I feel really dumb if I died because I forced too much. If I had left more mana open, I do want to draw more cards and get more looks at. Wouldn't be surprised if they cast a... Okay, they're bringing it back. Yeah, this is going to be hard now because my Murderous Cuts were my only way to remove Uro, I think, in my deck. This is going to trigger. He's going to gain some life. It is worth noting that I can just kill Uro in combat by letting it trigger the Bowmasters and then dismembering it after. For turn 2 Trops. I just don't want it to be able to bring. Just go ahead and ponder here. This would be good. Murktide would be great. Yeah, both amazing. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to attempt to do this. If he brings him back, he's going to be in for a world of pain. And I think at this point we probably discard a Brainstorm. So now he doesn't have the green to bring him back. This card, everything is great. He's dead next turn if he doesn't have some crazy turn of events. So let's force this. The Miracle Trigger. Spell Pierce here. Draw 3 cards. 19 cards left in our deck, which are not good, but we do have some Murktides. Okay, so that resolved. Okay, I think we're probably in the clear. It's fine. I'll happily gain a ton of life here. Yep, that's fine. We go get a Trop. Hedge Maze. Okay, can't use it this turn. That's great. And we've got a Wasteland for next turn. So they're going to take 8 here. No white mana up. 6, 7, 8. And if we... Alright, let's... So we attack in... I think it is safe to hold the Bowmasters back. I think it would be greedy to play it out. Actually, yeah. And then what I'm going to try to do is I'm just going to go try to find my remaining... they're going to go to 2. And now I'm going to Brainstorm. There's Witherbloom. So I'll just put these back. I've already played the land for the turn, and I'll just try to green Witherbloom command. Target player loses 2 life, and I will return. No, I'm going to unland permanent. Total domination here. We're witnessing just like how strong focusing on Sultai is. 5-0. We've dropped one game the entire league. That was really strong. Like that was a serious matchup at the end. They were on the Euro build, which was what I played at Eternal Weekend. Very similar with the 4th Area Lingus, with the lounge. I wouldn't be surprised if they were playing like 70 out of the 75 cards I was playing there. And this deck just tore it apart. And it like we played relatively fast. We did have time for a game 3 if we needed it, but we just we crushed. We had Bowmaster Supremacy. Obviously, they're not playing Bowmasters. Actually, I did play Bowmasters at Eternal Weekend, and that might be one of the big distinctions, is I didn't see any Bowmasters out of their deck. Bowmasters is the best answer to Bowmasters. I also, other observation about their deck, it just seemed more dirtily, and I don't know whether they were playing Life from the Loam or anything like that. I'd like to see their list, but unfortunately, probably not going to get to see it. But yeah, that's another trophy on the wall. I think it's like my 5th trophy. Yeah, I think it's my 5th of all time. I'm new to MTGO. Been playing like a couple months, but the match that I did yesterday, like I went 4-1 and I just lost due to like a third Blood Moon effect resolving. So yeah, this deck is super duper strong. Let's take a look at it one more time before we sign off. Look at that. It's just good cards. I mean, you can argue Fatal Push and Children's Edict are situational, but aside from those, Tempo is just really compelling. And we saw the power of the deed. We didn't even need to cast our Force of Vigor. There was never more than one target for Force of Vigor there. Yeah, I love it. Well, until next time, be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. Be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. I'm back. We're going to do a league. This is the list I've been rocking. It's been so solid. I love it. My goal is to win some more trophies. I just won one yesterday, and to try to go and upgrade my Force of Wills to like Old Border Classic Force of Wills, and like upgrade a bunch of these other cards. The Force of Wills are super expensive, so I'm trying to get enough tickets to be able to do that. Let's go ahead and jump into the league. I think it's in the process of pairing. Just real quick, Sideboard guide here. Oh, we're paired. I'll talk about this in a sec. We've got somebody checking it out, Anonymous Pandon. But this is the Sideboard guide that is freely available. Check the video description. I've got an FAQ. I've even got my match record, which you can see that I've got like a pretty good match record right here. And you can see what I've lost against and stuff like that. And I'll keep that up to date as well. All right, so we are against Sardukar. Let's take a look. So I've got like a bookmark right here, and I just do that, and I type Sardukar. I don't believe I've played this person before. And looks like they're most likely on... This is old. Who knows what they're on? Let's just take a look at the hand. This is a solid hand. We're, of course, on the draw. I don't like it if my opponent is going to be rocking initiative, and they've already mulled the 6. I think we just have to probably keep it and hope that they don't have a turn 1. I can't justify throwing a hand this rich and diverse back. I mean, this has a little bit of everything. It's got removal. It's got, of course, the engine card, Beanstalk, and it's got great mana. So I'm going to keep this. Let's see if we get punished. All right. Okay, they open basic planes. Lotus Petal. Resolves. Let me pop that out. Yeah, resolves. And I'm going to talk as though I'm actually like playing in paper. Chalice of the Void. Unfortunately, that resolves. There's nothing I can do about it. It does blank 2 of the cards in my hand. Yep, that's fine. They did use a Lotus Petal to do that. So they probably... It looks like they might be on mono white initiative, judging by the planes open. Yeah. Well, this would have been great to draw the other turn, but the great news is we can pitch our 1-drops to it. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and play out... This one's the least important if it gets wasted for some reason. I don't think they're playing Wasteland. And we're just going to hold up Force of Will. And we're going to hope that we can wait a turn before we have to force something. Wasteland. Okay, so they may be playing. Who knows what they're playing? But that's weird that they didn't waste me there. That would have definitely been the right opportunity to waste me. Now this is going to both clear this and it's going to recur a land, but we're not sure if we're going to get a land back. So I think what we do here is we go up the Beanstalk first. And then next turn, assuming we have the mana, we can Wither Bloom. They could waste in between, but it looks like they don't have a lot of mana here. Whenever we do, like they waste the Wasteland, they waste the Underground Sea, we'll go fetch an Underground Sea when we can. They waste the Trop, we'll go fetch a Trop. All right, so see, 4 mana, Initiative creature. Oh yeah, we're gonna get it. We're gonna live the dream here. This is a seasoned Dungeoneer coming down. We're gonna probably at this point stifles the pitch. Actually, Spell Pierce probably, because we can still stifle a subsequent initiative trigger. All right, we get a Hedge Maze, which is not bad. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably waste the Ancient Tomb and recur the land, and then we'll just have to hope that they hit the Underground Sea instead. But that is going to pretty wreck their mana, which is what we want to do. They need mana. They really need this tomb. Okay, so upkeep. Lorien Revealed is a good pickup because we can go get whatever we're missing next turn. So I'm going to waste that. And now, black, green, Wither Bloom. Target 3 creature mills 3, destroy target permanent. So I'm going to mill myself. I'm going to destroy that. My Wasteland. Unfortunately, I already played a land for turn, so that is the end of the turn. But I feel like we're in a strong position. They're probably not even going to be inclined to waste just because they need so much mana here. Wow, that was it. Great. We didn't even have to present a threat. Like, the Beanstalk itself is almost kind of a threat. So let's go to sideboarding. So against these, I definitely think Swamp comes in. Pernicious Deed is pretty good here. I like Dismember. We saw no trace of red mana, so they may not even be playing Magus of the Moon. Dress Down's good here. Since they didn't show any red, I'm going to assume they're mono white initiative with like some stompy elements. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they were playing Archon of Emeria. So Force of Vigor, you could justify bringing that in. I don't want to go too heavy on the sideboarding because the thing about initiative is their mana is really brittle. And in fact, these tempo cards are quite good against them. Spell Pierce isn't that great, so I probably would cut that. Fatal Push, not the best. So I think we probably sub out Fatal Push in favor of Dismember, which can hit like pretty much any creature in their deck. Fatal Push is a little harder to turn on sometimes. And then, what's the other cut? Oh, we're going to cut a land. I'm just going to cut an Underground Sea. Like I said, I like to keep my tempo cards here. I do like the ability to potentially go get another Force of Will or some like a Murderous Cut when we have them on the ropes later. So I do want to keep my Mystic Sanctuary in. All right, let's dance. All right, this hand does not have a force effect. It does have a Murderous Cut. I don't like the fact that it has like 3 different delve spells. I think we pitch this. What we're really looking for is some sort of force effect. This is not catastrophically bad, but it's not really good. Bowmasters can steal the initiative back. I like the Wasteland because their mana is brittle. I think we could probably keep this and throw back Murderous Cut just because it's going to be several turns before it's turned on. But it does pair really well with Beanstalk. I think the card we put back is probably Brainstorm just because there is a possibility that they have... I don't want to put back mana because we've seen they have Wasteland. Also, if I draw Force, this does pair with Force. I think we keep this and we put back Brainstorm. And if they chalice on 1, it's not that big of a deal. Leyline doesn't really affect us that much. It does make this really bad. All right. That, I will take that opening. They're probably... you know what? I think at this point, like, their deck is so mana hungry, I think it does make sense to just waste. I'm just going to waste. We got plenty of mana coming. Unfortunately, again, this is not going to be useful until we have 5 lands out. They have a Wasteland. That's fine. We can play on basics. Now, importantly, we can't cast Beanstalk off of basic, so we are going to eventually need to expose ourselves. But I think we can probably go Basic Island into basic swamp here, and that's probably okay. Because then we'll get Bowmasters online, we'll get Dress Down. The fact that they played out the Wasteland probably means they don't have anything else going on with their hand. Okay, so land was probably the draw for turn. Yeah, I think we just hold. We see what we draw here. All right, so we do have... I'm going to wait till the end of turn, and then if they don't cast anything worth dressing down, I'm going to put Bowmasters in and start attacking. Cavern is scary. They chose human. They're probably one turn away from... What is this? Anointed Peacekeeper. I think it's worth just dressing this down. So I'm going to go get my island. I'm going to get my swamp. And I am going to just dress down here. It's mana efficient. Bowmasters, unfortunately, isn't going to be doing anything on this board anyway. Okay, we got another land. So they're not going to be able to name anything. This dies. All right. I think this turn we probably go up the Beanstalk and force them to waste us. Yeah, I think that's the play. We're going to take 3 damage here. We're going to take 1, obviously, from fetching. Yeah, and then we can go get... Well, I don't think we need to get another land here. I think we just play this, see what we draw. Force of Will is amazing, so yeah, we're cooking with fire, assuming that they don't have something really good that happens to be a human here. We're probably at least 3 land drops away from being able to Murderous Cut, unfortunately. And I don't have any main deck solutions to Leyline of the Void, so we're going to just basically have to run them out of cards. Run them out of good cards. I don't have high hopes of winning this game. Especially not if they initiative here. That is a human. Can't be countered. I think we're dead. Yeah, I mean, this card, Cavern of Souls, is just so backbreaking and brutal. And you can see that like twice they've been able to cast cards. And you could argue, you should have held the dress down for the initiative creature, and maybe I should have. But they would have known it was in my hand, and yeah, probably just named it so they could resolve Seasoned Engineer and get the initiative the next turn. All right, I'm going to play this out. We're not in any pressure of going to time, but I do feel pretty confident that they are playing mono white. No sign of red, which is good because I think the red builds are better. So, I mean, we're so many turns away. I said I was going to play it out, but I just don't see a glimmer of hope. We're going to be taking probably 8 here, maybe 9. Yeah, probably 8. And you know, we can chump. This doesn't even do anything. Oh yeah, and they've got Forge and Trap. I think we just concede. Okay, so that was not like a strong showing for Beans there in that game. However, now that we've learned a little bit more about their deck, is Fatal Push worthy of inclusion? On the draw, we're going to be much better situated because we're going to have cards like Daze. They don't seem to have cards that can stop that, or they don't seem to have Simian Spirit Guide in their deck because they're... I am glad that I brought the Swamp in. I think we might just run it back as is. Let's see. Is there any substitution that I want to make here? Force of Vigor does hit potentially 2 things. I think it's worthy of inclusion because it's like an out. Pernicious Deed is so expensive because their cards are so expensive that you're spending like 7 or 8 mana to rat the board. Also, the fact that they're so fast, this is kind of slow. I think what I could probably do is take out... I don't really want to take out a Murktide. What do we do here? Force of Vigor would have been worth casting there to get rid of... in that specific situation, it would have been good. And it could be good if they do have Chalice and other stuff out. What do we want to take out? Do we want to take out a Stifle? Stifle, I don't think Stifle's that great here. Like, I haven't seen any fetch lands from them. Yeah, let's just go with 1 Stifle, and we'll bring in the Force of Vigor. All right. I'd like to play first, and this is pretty solid on the play. We have a way to hit their mana, and this is not the same explosive type deck that the other initiative is. If we can hit several land drops in a row, we'll be in a good position, and we can emergency brainstorm if we need to to potentially find a Daze or a Force. I like it. I'm going to keep it. And I'm actually going to play this out first because if they hit it, it's not the end of the world. We have so many lands. All right, so they open Leyline of the Void, which does basically make our Witherbloom suck, unfortunately. They were able to get that in their opener. How does that change things? The fact that we're not going to be able to reliably use this, I mean, the best use for this would be to pitch cast, if we can find it, to pitch cast. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to play this out, and I'll pass. We'll see whether they have a Wasteland. Their deck is so much like mana that they need to be casting that I'm amazed that they would play Wasteland in that deck. Okay, no plays. At this point, do we want to use our mana efficiently and brainstorm? I don't think we do. I think we hold it and be disciplined. Okay, so now we have a second Wasteland. So, yeah, they may have some good cavern stuff. We're just going to wait. I've got Shielder's Edict to potentially kill like an Archon of Emeria after it resolves. That's fine. And at this point, what is this, Archon? Yeah, it is Archon. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. I'm going to go get my... This card can totally wreak havoc. I think it's worth just getting rid of it. Actually, I think it's worth getting rid of Witherbloom, which is not a very good card here. So I'm going to brainstorm here first, and then we'll kill the Archon on their turn. Dismember's good. I do think that these Wastelands are going to come into play. So what do we want to put back? I think Dress Down's good in this matchup. Dismember, we could even Dismember and keep Dress Down up and just take a bunch of damage from the Dismember if we wanted to. I like having this paired with this to be able to shuffle away other dead cards we draw due to the ley line. I hate to say it, but I think probably is Wasteland that we put back. And then I'm just going to fetch now. I'm going to get a Hedge Maze. It's going to enter tapped anyway. We don't need another Brainstorm. All right. Comes into play. So they importantly use 2 lands to get that out. Lorien Reveal doesn't really do anything to advance our game plan. So I think what we probably do is we go ahead and dismember the Archon. Oh, what we could do is we could wait and see what they do, and then we could Dress Down, and that removes this ability, and it also lets us respond if we need to. I'm going to play this out. Oh, no, I forgot. Oh, we should have freaking done that. Oh, well. Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to get an attack in with Archon. I think it's better to have Dress Down up in case they go Caverns into... or they would need... Yeah, any sort of ETB I think is worth stuffing here. I want to just let them attack first. Because I don't have the mana to do 2 things. And if they don't cast any spells, I'm just going to edict it away. Save some life. Okay, Cavern. That is going to get wasted next turn for sure. 2 mana? What do they have that cost 2 mana to cast? Like Athalia? Stoneforge? Alright, so here I'm just going to go ahead and Dress Down, which basically makes that not a very good card. Okay. Murktide is a dead card with Leyline out. Okay, this dies. All right. So I am going to go ahead and dismember this Archon first. What are we going to do that with? I think we just do this and pay the life. As much as it pains me, literally. Then I can play this out. I can go ahead and kill that, which I do immediately. I've got Brainstorm into Fetch to get rid of the Murktide if need be. Daze may be useful, it may not. I think we just let them attack us for a turn. But they are advancing their game plan with creatures and lands and stuff, and we're doing basically nothing. So I think here I just take the hit and filter. Oh, he's not even they're not even doing anything. So I think here is a good time to go ahead and brainstorm. And this might be useful, it might not, but this potentially is useful. So I think we put back that, and I mean, Lorien Reveal doesn't really do anything unless we get a lot of mana. I think we can put it back. All right, and now I'm just going to go ahead and fetch end step. You can definitely make an argument that you shouldn't be fetching end step. I mean, I might want to just get the Mystic Sanctuary out of my deck now so I don't draw it. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to open with Ponder just to see if I can find removal for this leyline. Another Murktide we don't want. More lands we don't really care about. I think I'm just going to shuffle that. See what we get. Beanstalk would be good. Yeah, we didn't get a Beanstalk. I think we go ahead and play this out just to have more mana and ramp us a little closer to eventually maybe casting Murktide. All right, and if they put in a Cauldra or something like that, then we will be ready. I'm not sure why they didn't attack there. I don't care about this right now. I might care about it later, but I've already used, let's see, I've already used 1, 2, 3, 4. We've used 4 of the maybe like 9 or 10 1-drops in our deck. I think we leave it out. And then we have a second target for when we eventually cast Force of Vigor. If he gets greedy and attacks, I will go ahead and... okay, interesting. Do we want to Shield or Zedic? I don't think we do. I think it's better to get this out. And we can start attacking. Again, it's not like a strong plan, but if we get several of these out, they can start to build up the army. Okay, we have Lorien Revealed. That's something. Do we want to wait a turn before we Lorien Revealed? If we Lorien Revealed now, we're not going to be able to attack them profitably. I think now is fine to just go ahead and do this. Children's Edict. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. We're going to get rid of that, and then we're going to start attacking them. Again, that might seem kind of sclerotic, but they do rely on Ancient Tomb and stuff to cast creatures. Hopefully they have no play this turn. Most of their deck does cost 3 to cast. Okay, no play. So that was basically a good use of a turn, in my opinion, getting rid of that. All right, and Force of Will makes me feel a lot better. So let's Lorien. Murderous Cut is not great. I do like the second land. Actually, Murderous Cut may be good. It's just very expensive. So next turn, we have another Lorien if we want, and we have both Force of Will and Days Up. I'm feeling good about this game. Now, that could change if they draw a Cavern. Cavern can totally turn this on its head. That is something that I'm going to waste. Okay, they took 3 damage to do that. Archon of Emeria. I mean, we have Murderous Cut, but I think Dazing here is fine. I'll just return this to my hand, I guess. Yeah, I want it to be an untapped land. If they need to force it through somehow, we have a way to stop that. Again, I don't want to use these forces until I have a Beanstalk out, ideally. Okay, drew another Daze. That's pretty good. We can waste this. Let's see what we draw here first. Lorien Revealed again. Yeah, they just conceded. Okay, so just drawing raw cards and basically stopping everything they're trying to do is a win con. And I just want to emphasize that emphasize that having 8 win cons in your deck is plenty. You don't need additional sideboard. Like I see people putting sideboard creatures like Leovold in there. I don't think that's necessary. All right. Wolfyafa. Wolfyafa. Cool name. All right. Let's go Wolfyafa Reanimator from several months ago. But if we assume they're on Rescaminator, it's called Reanimator, but this is actually like the Rescaminator deck. Only 2 animate deads. Interesting. Are they playing like some other card? That seems like a suboptimal configuration. Anyway. Is this keepable? No. I'm not going to keep a hand with no colored mana sources. This is marginally, barely keepable, in my opinion. It's an island ponder keep. So I think what we do is we hold the spell pierce turn 1. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to put that back. And we have both Stifle and Spell Pierce up. And we have our unwastable island. And I forgot to wish my opponent good luck last time, so I'm going to do that now. Okay. Island, pass. I will Stifle in a heartbeat. I will Spell Pierce anything I can, because next turn I'm not going to have that mana available, because I'll probably have to dig for a second land. Opponent drops a Delta. Do they crack the Delta? Yes! Living the dream in 2024 of stifling opponents. Do they have a force? This is a tasty, tasty force. They pitch... What do they pitch to force? They pitched a Ponder. That might have been the Ponder they were going to cast, because they might also be like kind of like low on land like I am. All right. Underground Sea. So if I find a wasteland... I mean, the fact that they forced that tells me that like I need to find a wasteland now. This is the other side of the deck, the tempo side, where we bully people, essentially. And we don't let them do what they want to do. All right. They're passing. Untap, upkeep, draw a step. Daze. Daze is good. Let's see if we can find that wasteland. This isn't bad, but it's not a land. I'm going to shuffle it and hope to spike a land. I mean, this is basically a land, but the fact that we have a second Ponder, please. Okay, well, we're not as favored as we were a moment ago. The good news is we can Daze with impunity because we don't have a land to play. And if they do have a wasteland in hand, they probably really want to use it, but they can't. That's fine. So I do suspect they're on rescam at this point. They kept the card on top. All right. I am not going to be... I'm not going to wait around. I'm going to go ahead and Ponder again. And if they Daze, they Daze. Ponder. This is very, very ideal. So I think what we do is... I want both these lands. And I will fetch. Fetch away that land if it means spell piercing an important spell. But it has to be important at this point. Next turn, hopefully I draw a land. I can get Beanstalk online. Not going to interact with a cantrip. My spell pierce is too valuable. They're down to 4 cards. Back up to 5 cards. If they're on rescam, they only have 3 forces in their deck. Or 3 wastelands generally, and 4 dazes. But again, we saw that they weren't playing like the stock list, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had Bowmasters here. Luckily, I am not doing anything here other than putting this into play. What I could do is I don't really care about that Ponder. It's going to be bad anyway if they have the card I think they have. So if they have Orcish Bowmasters, I think it's worth piercing this. And then if they have a second Stifle, I can Daze that Stifle. Okay, great. So we're going to get a Trop here. And then we go and fetch again. And yeah, I'm exposing this to Daze. The alternative is I could just get a land back. Since they are playing Stifle, they may be playing straight up Scam. I kind of want to hold this. I'm just going to see if I can get a Stifle or a Daze out of their hand or something. Oh, that works great. All right, and Wasteland is a great pickup, but we're basically shields down. We have a Daze here. I will Daze literally anything they cast. If they cast like a... Well, I won't Daze literally anything, but I will definitely Daze like an Exhume or Entomb if they are playing Rescam. Which Rescam doesn't usually play Stifle. Okay, they're doing something. Yep, there we go. I will just bring this back to hand. This is probably the most important. Yep, and let's see if they have a Daze to Daze back. Currently, if they have a reanimation effect in their hand, they've got like literally nothing going on. Now, if that had resolved and they just slammed Atraxa, we lose. So it's very important to stop the enabler. We're shields down effectively. I would love for them to cast like an Orcish Bowmasters or something here. That's fine. I can deal with this guy, but I can't deal with ETB, look at 10 cards and choose 6 of them. That's just too strong. All right, so they're going to go get a land. I think if they... Okay, Swamp. Yeah. What are they casting? Reanimate. I think that's okay. Not a lot I can do about that. I'm going to be able to brainstorm and hopefully find a removal spell. The best removal spell at this point, most definitely being Murderous Cut, because it'll cantrip off Beanstalk. So I think they don't have a daze, because they could have a daze. We don't know what their draw for turn was. So what I think we do is we start with a brainstorm. We can put back Wasteland, which probably isn't going to play a part in this game, sadly, because they already have pretty good mana. They don't really need mana. So I think we open Brainstorm, and then we can use Ponder to shuffle away cards we don't need. Daze and Wasteland, I think, are off the table. I'm just less concerned. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do that. And now I'm going to Ponder to shuffle. Maybe I should have put back one of these lands. Any order. Shuffle. Now, I think I probably just... I want to just brainstorm again. Just for momentum, but I think that's wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play this out, and I'll keep my Underground Sea in hand, and I'm going to take a hit. And I do have this emergency brainstorm, which... You know, you never want to emergency brainstorm, but sometimes it does make sense to do that. Like if they do have like some sort of other pressure that they can play out, like a Douthie Woodwalker. Okay, yeah, I'm going to take this. Okay, I'm still in the market for, a Murktide wouldn't be the worst. We could potentially race with the Murktide. We take 6, so we'd only get one whack with the Murktide. We do need removal here. So I'm going to start with a brainstorm here. I think I need to play this out, just because if they do have Bowmasters, it's so devastating. Yeah, I'm going to play this. They didn't have Bowmasters, so unfortunately none of these cards are very good. What we can do is we can gain some life. I think what we do is we gain life, green, black, and return... we can get rid of those cards without having to filter this way. So let's cast this. I'm going to drain, and I'm going to mill. Oh, wait. All right. So this will get us out of 3 attack range down to 2 attack range, and I'll get back the Delta, which unfortunately, between Delta and the land I get back, maybe we just get Wasteland here. Is Wasteland greedy? Is there a card that we could put on top with... frankly, I'm tempted to just get Wasteland, because then we can waste them off of one of their lands and slightly restrict their options. We don't want them casting Grief, for example. I think we get the Wasteland. And I can't play it out, so I'll just pass. So we have Force of Will with Beanstalk trigger around Daze if we need it. The desperation play, of course, would be like if we have Bowmasters and we have Murktide, we can triple block this. See, that's what I was worried about, and I do think it's worth countering this. Okay, Bowmasters. See whether they have a reanimation effect. They pitched to do that Arcana Cruelty, so they are on Rescam. Now they're going to reanimate this, which is, yeah, it was a risk. We got our card, though. We wouldn't have gotten a card if we'd done it the other way. So the good news is Bowmasters can double block this. Bad news is we really need a Shielder's Edict. Really, really bad. But they're practically hellbent here. And we do have an active Beanstalk. So we're not completely dead, but we're not in good shape. Lorien revealed. So we're dead if we Lorien revealed. We have to Bowmasters and double block this. if we waste, it accomplishes like literally nothing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could Lorien Reveal, but we die. We need to double block Grief with Bowmasters. And then we need to hopefully dig into an answer. One thing we could do is we could Lorien Revealed next turn, hopefully draw a land, including an Underground Sea, and because we're going to draw 4 lands. So I think that's the play. We keep our mana up, and yeah. Could he draw something here that stops us from being able to double block Grief? Yes, he could. They. So they play Wasteland, which is bad news, because if they do waste us, they can stop Lorien Revealed. If they waste us, I'll just cast Lorien Revealed. I'm going to do this, so if they waste, I can waste back. Yep. Block step. Double block here. Sadness. But it is necessary. We're going to 1. If they don't waste our black source for some reason, I don't know why they wouldn't waste that. If they have Bowmasters, that's it. Because they can ping us for 1. All right, sideboarding. So rescam, we bring these in, most definitely. I think Carpet makes sense. Dismember definitely comes in. This can make sense. Let's take a look at the sideboard guide here. So rescam and nature. So we take out a wasteland and we bring in a swamp, I think is the thinking here. Because they do have wastelands and it is annoying to get wasted off of your card. We're not going to be wasting them. I think we take out all the tempo stuff. We just don't try to tempo them. They've already seen Daze. They've already seen Stifle. All right. And that's for clean substitution. 7 out, 7 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have dress down? Dress down doesn't come in usually. Surgical comes in. Okay, against rescam, I do think surgical comes in instead of dress down because they are going to have some number of reanimation effects even post board. It's not a totally dead card. Yeah, let's do it. Would like to play first. And this is a good hand. It's got an answer if they have scam. This kind of sucks, but it's not the end of the world. I think what we do is we ponder looking for like Force of Will, looking for Bowmasters, looking for a Beanstalk or something for forward momentum. This is going to be really good here if we can resolve it, if we don't get griefed into the dirt. But again, like since grief is still legal and it hasn't been banned yet, despite Wizards of the Coast saying they might ban it, we do have to just be cognizant of the fact that like every time you mulligan against grief, it can be just like so much worse. All right. Upkeep, main phase. Let's play our land. This can go get a swamp if we need to. Do we ponder? I think we do ponder here. We can play on basics too. I think that's reasonable. This force is... Do we want this? I don't want these extra lands. I'm not concerned about wasteland. I think we just any order shuffle. Murktide. Okay, it's not bad. It's not terrible. Because they may be able to remove our first Murktide, but they're not going to be able to remove 2 of them. They just play so few removal spells. They play a Polluted Delta. They fetch. They're also playing Basic Island. They're playing Scared because they saw our Stifles. They saw our Dazes. No longer in the deck. So... they've got a sideboard juke. We've got a sideboard juke. Also note, Island doesn't cast some of their scariest cards. Their scariest cards being like hard cast Grief. It doesn't help cast Doubt Thief Woodwalker. So yeah, I'm very happy to see Island Ponder from them. All right, we're going to draw. It's another land. That sucks. I think it's fine. We've seen that they're playing Stifle, and they may actually keep a land up for Delta if I play it out. So at this point, basically I just want to fill our graveyard. I might go get Hedge Maze. Unfortunately, like I probably should have played Scalding Tarn instead of Polluted Delta because I could fetch Hedge Maze with that. This is one of our precious 4 fetches that can actually get us basic swamp. They're troll cycling. That's fine. At this point, without removal in my hand, if they do attempt to reanimate Troll, I will go ahead and surgical. And it's not that terrible of a card, right? Like if they force to defend this, they're going like basically all in on it. Okay, so it looks like surgical is resolving. So we're going to grab that for sure. We're going to grab that. And now I always like to use Microsoft Snip tool to just get their hand in their deck. Okay, so 2 animate deads, like basically the list they had. Harvester of Misery, 3 animates left. They did take out Atraxa, and they brought in a bunch of Douthies. So really their plan now is Douthies. They only have 1 Brazen Borrower in their deck. Aside from this Harvester of Misery, they don't have any removal. They didn't take out any of their Dazes or Stifles, so they kept their tempo plan in. So I think we fetch, and their hand is Brainstorm, Daze, Force of Negation, Orcish Bowmasters. Orcish Bowmasters is scary. So we're going to want to get the cantrips out of our hand. Okay. All right. And I think at this point, in order to feed the Murktide, let's take a look at their hand again. Oh, that's the revealed card. Yeah, I think we go ahead. Hey, I'm recording. I'll talk to you. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the ETB tapped land, the Hedge Maze. Okay. That can... I mean, that's a pretty good card. I think we keep it. Yeah. Maybe that's a mistake. They have 1 Daze. They have Force Negation. But next turn, what I'm going to do... Yeah, if I had put that in the graveyard, I could have Murktided it away, and it would be extra. So yeah, that was probably a misplay. I think here, I'm just going to go to Underground Sea. I'm just going to go blue, blue, Murktide, and then I'll exile all of these. All right, and we've got them on a clock. We have to hope that our subsequent draws are good. Again, it was a mistake to not put Murderous Cut into the graveyard, in my opinion. That was a misplay in retrospect. Ponder's good. Fetching. They're probably going to go ahead and cast the Brainstorm here, maybe, or they might hard cast a Bowmasters. But I don't think they do that. Okay, this is fine. They're just doing this around my own Bowmasters, which I don't have. So the composition of their hand is probably going to change. I'd be amazed if Force of Negation was still in there. If we take a look, the only answers they have for this Murktide are Brazen Borrower, and they have 2 of their own Murktides. But if they Murktide, it will be bigger than my Murktide at this point. But I can potentially Murderous Cut, re-Murktide, and then, I've got the bigger Murktide. Also, they could do a trick with like Harvester of Misery. That's something I need to keep my eye out for. Okay, so they're passing. They didn't get a perfect Brainstorm. They're just Brainstorm locked as far as I can tell. They might have a Troll that they're going to cycle later. Okay, so I think first, just to prevent this from... do we want to play this out now? I think we're always going to have the ability to play it out later, so I'll just play it later in case it is helpful. I'm going to go ahead and attack here. It's going to hit him for 5. We're getting pretty close to being able to hard cast Murderous Cut. I've got a Bowmasters for their Bowmasters, so I'm going to be patient and wait. My Bowmasters is just removal for their Bowmasters. That's the way I'm looking at it. It does speed up the clock, but there's no way I'm casting Bowmasters first. They may have put away Daze, and that would make sense. But I'm going to play like they still have Daze in their hand. I'm also going to cast my instance on their turn, knowing that they could have Force Negation. So again, it's just checking boxes here. Douthie is fine. I'm going to win this race. That's fine. So next turn, I'm definitely going to play out Mystic Sanctuary. Fatal Push is ridiculously good here. So if I cast Fatal Push, I've only got 1 black source. I'm not going to be able to cast Bowmasters. They don't have Force Negation mana up right now, which means it's going to be a 2-for-1 if we do push it. I think it's worth doing it. I'm just going to do it now. I think they'll Force of Negation to defend it if they still have Force Negation in their hand, which they should because they were Brainstorm locked. Did they shuffle? Yeah, I think they did shuffle. So they may have shuffled it away. It is going to go into the void. Oh, okay, cool. It doesn't go into the void. And now I'm just going to attack here. And again, I'm going to assume that they have days in their hand, and I'm not going to play into an obvious days. All right. 13 minutes should be enough to close game 3. It'll probably be like closer to 12, assuming everything goes according to plan. They're using a lot of clock too. That is very good for me that they had no play. That is a very good draw. Now I'm just going to ride this. I'm not too proud to force pitching my Murktide rather than playing today's with Hardcast Force. All right. And one more swing, we should be good. And even if it's not one more swing, if they use their mana, Bowmasters is fine. I'm going to surprise them with my own Bowmasters later. Again, the main thing is just don't let this die. Double Bowmasters. Again, it doesn't really matter that much because I'm not going to be drawing any more cards this game. Any sort of blue card I draw, or like Cantrip will just be pitched to force. If they attack in, I can just Bowmasters them and attack with lethal even if they remove this. All right, so they're attempting to cast force a Murktide. I think the correct thing to do here is, I think it's fine to let it resolve, and then I can just Murderous Cut it. So they could have a land that they could play. I'm just going to go ahead and Murderous Cut in combat. And if they try to force, which if they just have force negation, it's not a big deal. I have my own force. And then what I can do is I can potentially hold back and surprise, ping them, kill them that way. All right. Game 3. So I'm not going to make any sideboard substitutions. I'll be right back and I will submit. All right. We're running it back. No sideboard substitutions whatsoever. We're just going to go back in with our very removal heavy deck. This is, it's not a bad opening hand. I like having force. I like Beanstalk, obviously. I like having Bowmasters. I'm worried about land. There's no way to get a second land. I think if we do fetch basics, I think we'll be okay. I'm not going to throw this back. They've mulliganed to 4 cards. So it's unlikely we're going to get Grief scammed here. Because first of all, like if they attempt to reanimate Grief, I'll just hit that. The reanimation effect. I'll let them grief me and then I'll counter the reanimation effect. They can't get us off Force of Will. Okay, so there are 4 cards. Feeling good. All right. The main way they win here is they cheese me or I get completely mana screwed. That's fine. So if we look at their deck, they kept in the Dazes, they kept in the Stifles. They may take those out on the draw. I think we hold. If they stifle, they'd have to have Stifle and Daze to be able to stop me from fetching a land. And fetching the land, I've got nothing to spend it on. I might want to get a Trop if I draw a Wasteland. They have a second land. No plays. They probably have Bowmasters, which is fine because I'm not going to cast anything. And I do have 2 removal spells for Bowmasters in my deck. All right. The question is, do we want to brainstorm to find the second land, risking getting Bowmastered? Getting Bowmastered and dazed would be catastrophic and we could potentially lose. If we wait a turn, we may just naturally draw a land. And that's what I'm thinking at this point. I'm thinking, so let's think about their hand. They would have to have Bowmasters and Daze or Force. Even if they did have, I think sitting completely still is dangerous. There's a decent chance that the Dazes are boarded out here. They only had 3 main deck anyway. So Daze plus anything. So they'd go, we take 4 from the Bowmaster and then we take 5 the subsequent turn. Is that better than pitching? I think because we have the force effect, I think it's okay to do this. And if they stifle, they're doing it now. I think I do want to force here. I can force here and then I can just hold and not have to discard. I think we probably pitch Murktide here just because we've got so much other action. Yeah, I'm going to do that. And if they daze, but I'm not going to, at least I don't have to worry about them. Okay, and then here, I'm just going to get the island. I think they probably would have dazed if they had it, so I'm just going to do this now. I might draw a blue card to pair with this, and I'm rewarded. I get a second land. So here, I mean, they're at 2 cards. It might make sense to just wasteland them and then wait a turn and then play Mystic Sanctuary tapped and just go really slowly. I do kind of want to put these back just because, well, I mean, they can essentially pull them out of my hand anyway. We're not going to be casting anything anytime soon. I think what we do is we try to cheese. Yeah. So keep in mind, we're basically naked for the next 2 turns. We just have to hope that they don't go land bomb. Because our force isn't on. We don't have a way to do anything. But that... Okay, so they do have a second land. And it's a good one. It's a Surveil land. They kept the card on top of their library. So it might be a Bowmasters. So we're going to draw Bowmaster 1. Play a Sanctuary. Yeah, I mean, this is an intense game. Like, it's scary playing on so few lands here. Wasteland. If they wasteland this, that's great because that's fine. This land isn't super useful anyway. I need colored mana right now. I need my blacks and my greens. They're seeing a lot of cards here. They could find like a Grief and a Reanimate. And I'm naked to that. And then it's going to take so many turns before I can draw that they may be able to just tempo me out with just that. 2 cards in hand. So they're using it to grief me for the evoke cost. So I think their top card is probably a Reanimate. So yeah, unfortunately I just have to let this happen. But I have lots of answers if I can draw a fetch or a black source. And if I draw a black source, I'm almost certainly going to just get the... I don't think I'm going to go cute with Beanstalk this game. Like, I'll cast it later in the game if I can, but I'm almost certain that they're going to reanimate here. And they may reanimate Grief to get another card next turn. They're probably also going to waste this. But, I mean, they're effectively hellbent. They pitched 2 Grief Douthie, which... Again, that basic island, I was saying how that doesn't cast a lot of the cards in their deck. They took Beanstalk, which is great because Beanstalk wasn't part of my plan. So this is awesome. I feel even if they bring it back, I've got like so many ways to get rid of it. A single fetch gets rid of it. That's fine. And the great news is we have pretty good information about their hand. I don't think they would have griefed there if they didn't have a reanimation effect. So I'm just going to wait. And then we'll see whether we can rip a card that's relevant here. If they hold anything, I'll know it's counter magic. So this could be a Daze that they're holding. It could be a Bowmasters. Fatal Push, not what we wanted to see. We're just going to pass. Okay, so it probably wasn't the Bowmasters because they probably would have gone ahead and played Bowmasters to start tempoing us. So they may be just drawing through bad cards. Wasteland. I hate to do this, but I think it's correct. I'm just going to wait till their upkeep. So the reason you do that is in case they do have Stifle. Okay, so what are they going to do? Are they going to Troll Cycle here? Just going to burn it off. All right. Well, yeah, this is the kind of like dance you can get into. I'd love a blue card. Of course, a land is the best draw. I feel like we've turned the corner, friends. I can't get a swamp here, but I can get a lot of stuff. I'm just going to wait and see what they do. I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of dazing it or stifling it right now. I'm going to wait till they tap out, and then I'll go get an underground sea. Okay, so they draw their own underground sea here. It basically shuts off us casting Bowmasters because, again, we want to be the second player to cast Bowmasters, not the first. I'm just going to draw here. Another land would be amazing. That is basically another land. Yeah, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to go ahead and Island Cycle here. I could have definitely held that as force, but yeah, I think we get that and we play it out. And we've got so much removal for their creatures. Like, I think they board out the combo. They may have boarded it back in. The fact that they have Douthie in their deck, though, makes me think they don't have the sideboard plan. Scariest thing they can do probably is like reanimate Grief here. And that's not that scary. Any creature they put on the stack, I'm going to immediately fetch and then push it. I think we just let this resolve. We've got lots of ways of answering it. So they are getting a 2-for-1 here. I think they'll probably take a Bowmaster. Yep. I think what I do here is I do want to have a second underground with the amount of black I have in my hand, and I'm just going to go ahead and push it now. Not going to leave any material on the table. Do another Bowmasters. I think we wait until they do something and then we do something, because I don't want their Bowmasters to get any value. They may have counter magic in hand. Reanimate's the best card in their deck, and we've already worked through that. They do have other reanimation effects though. Now they got more mana. Douthy sucks, but I can just push it. And this is why, I board in tons of removal here. Fatal Push. I'm just going to play Discipline. I'm not going to play into Daze. That's a good pickup. We're just going to pass. We've got removal for one more big threat, and we've got 2 Bowmasters in hand. If they attempt a Brainstorm or something like that, we could Bowmaster. I think this is a force. Yeah. Because they're going to take a force and they're going to have a threat on the table. So they still have Bowmaster mana. A lot of people watching this are probably like, you're playing so passive. But I genuinely just don't want to lose this. We've got 6 minutes left. They're actually lower on clock than I am, so that might become a point of pressure for them. They've worked through 2 reanimation spells. They did keep the 2 animate deads in their deck, so they may have more. I anticipate them having a Bowmasters. I don't anticipate them having 2 Bowmasters. Do we want to get the Bowmaster party going? I think it's okay to do that. Brainstorm is fine. Again, my goal is not to necessarily time around Brainstorm. They were very disciplined in holding that Brainstorm. It's end step, so they're not even going to be able to get a perfect Brainstorm. They're just going to they're going to have to draw back one of those cards. I'd love for them to force this. That's so sweet. Okay. They got 1 card in hand. They are drawing through dead Brainstorm cards that they couldn't put back. Murderous Cut's a great pickup. I think we just pass. And we hope that they don't realize that we have another Bowmasters. Got so much play here. Got so many options. So if I Bowmaster here, I can apply pressure. Let's see, how many Bowmasters have they cast? They've cast 1 out of the 4, and they've drawn... I mean, there's definitely a chance they could have a second one. Do I want to pressure them? I think the answer is no. A Murktide would be a great pickup. Ask and you shall receive. Let's see if they force this. So 1, 2, 3. Mystic Sanctuary is already in our graveyard, so I think I do this. And then if they... because I just want to end the game now. I could have gone 1 lower, but I don't want them to have the bigger Murktide. I want our Murktides to be comparable in size. It doesn't really matter. I've got removal for it. This was the card I needed. This is why I waited. And in fact, like looking at the Bowmaster, I did get a force out of their hand. That force would have gone toward this probably. They may waste and then be able to get something through Daze. Just put black in my pool. Okay, that's going away. Borrower. That's like 1 card that could actually save them here. They don't play Shielder's Edict. They're on Murktide. That's fine. So I can Murderous Cut around Daze here, and I think that's what I'm going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just exile those cards. I want to keep the the instant in my graveyard. I should have gotten the other Bowmasters. I don't think it's going to matter. And I think here playing out Spellbomb just cuts off some of their outs. If they daze it, that's okay. They're not going to be able to daze my Surgical. Is there a daze in your hand? You should use it here. Okay, that's fine. it does reduce the options that they have during this upcoming turn. The scariest thing they could do is somehow get rid of my Murktide. They can't. They could re-Murktide. Okay. Wow, patience, and my opponent mulling to 4. Yeah, and those were tight games. Rescam is a hard matchup. All right, we're up against Nova T28. We won the die roll. Plug them in here. Nova T28. Hopefully that means turn 28, and this is going to be a grindy matchup. Okay, Demir Scam. So this is, 4 months old, but it looks like this is pre rescam. How do I feel about this hand? This hand doesn't have a way of getting anything else going. If they're playing what other decks do they tend to play? Painter, lands. Lands would be catastrophic if they're playing lands. Do we keep this? So this has force effect. It doesn't have a way to dig, but we are going to get a draw. We have potentially Witherbloom to get this land back. We've got Beanstalk. I'm not going to throw this back. I think this is a good hand. I may be punished for this. I was nearly punished last game for keeping a one-lander. Okay. Are we going to be rewarded with one of the 22 sources, 21 sources of mana in our deck? I could definitely go Island Ponder here. That does tap me out of interaction if they're a combo deck. I think I could also wait a turn and then Ponder and see if I just organically draw. Because now we have Daze Supremacy. Essentially, we can Daze stuff and bounce this back to hand with minimal cost to ourselves. This is giving me the vibes of... it could be Sultai Beans, but it could also be something like Stiflenought. So I'm just going to wait here. Untap, land, no. I think we do have to go ahead and attempt to fetch here. And if they have... okay, they don't have it. Yeah, so I'm going to play conservatively here. I know it makes Witherbloom a distant dream. This is a land. Murderous Cut's not good. Bowmasters is potentially really good if they are on Beanstalk. I screwed that up. I should have put the Orc. Yeah, now I'm going to have to put the Orc into my graveyard, but I'm not going to draw through bad cards. I'm going to put it in my graveyard because I do want to draw lands. I don't have a black source anyway. I'm thinking most likely... Okay, that's fine. Most likely this game comes down to a big Murktide that's protected, which we are getting closer to being able to cast. I will daze pretty much anything I can daze here. That's fine. I have Shieldred to kill this if I need to. I'm just going to bounce this back to my hand. That may seem like a weird play, but I know that I'm not going to be doing anything. I'm drawing a dead card next turn. So I won't be casting anything. Oh, actually, I could have cast up the Beanstalk this turn. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if this is a land here. If it's a land, I'll keep it. I'm just going to put this in the graveyard. More fuel for the future Murk. Okay. So I don't think they're playing Daze if they're playing Triumph of St. Catherine. But it is nice having it. Okay. I think next turn is definitely the Beanstalk turn, and the subsequent turn will be the... yeah, and I do think it was a misplay to put that... Okay, so this is definitely Stiflenought here. If we force this, they don't get a card. They may have one, which I can kill. If they have two... Actually, I can't kill it. That's a problem. There's a decent chance they have a Daze of their own. So what I could do... All right, let's think about this. So Dress Down comes into play. They're able to... they could just be baiting with it, but if they put two of them into play, I'm pretty dead. Actually, I can Daze one of them and I can force the other. So yeah, I think it... But they are going to get a card off this. They may have interaction, and I'll be dead within one turn if I can't find find a land. If I can find a land, Murderous Cut and Shieldred Edict will take care of those. Let's hope it's just one. Let's hope it's just one. If it's just one, it's not the end of the world. I think we let that resolve. This is like a very dangerous game that we're playing here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so if they only hit me once, it's not the end of the world. I'm going to see if I can find a black source. No black source. So next turn is we're going to have to find the black source. But we do have protected, like super duper protected removal next turn. Witherbloom is probably the card we put back. Yeah. We have the ability to dig with Brainstorm. Yeah. They've got 5 cards in hand. One of them is likely a Force of Will, but we do have plenty of removal. Let's see what they do here. Murktide Regent. So it will be... It'll just be a 4/4. If we force this, we can't force the removal for that. We have plenty of removal. I mean, we're going to be taking damage. We're going to be taking 3. Yeah. And we're going to be taking 1 off of the Force of Will. We're going to be potentially taking 1 off of the... I think we let this resolve too. This is crazy town. I know. All right. Land, please. Please give me a land. All right. Thank goodness. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and crack this. Get an Underground Sea. So let's see how many cards I have in my graveyard. So if I Murderous Cut here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if we Murktide, we've just got 3, 4. So we're so close to being able to Murktide and Murderous Cut here. We may be able to do it if they get into a fight with us. So I think here's what we do. We start by Murderous Cut on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Black. Beanstalk trigger. Do they have a force? They don't have a force. Interesting. Okay, so that's dead. Oh, are they get a force? Maybe they do. They let this the trigger resolve. Like you always force before you do this, by the way. Okay, so it looks like... Yeah, I think we go ahead and we just force back. We got double daze. I would love for them to do something that we can daze here. Okay. We're at 5 life. I think we just have to go for it. Blue, blue. Does it work? Holy cow. That is such a great turn of events. And they're probably going to go get a plow or something. But at this point, I will double daze a plow. I'm not too proud. Doorkeeper Thrall. Let's bounce the black source, which is the most important card here. Okay. Wow. All right. I am feeling much better. I mean, we were like super dead, and now I think we're kind of favored. Especially if they don't cast a creature. We've got Shieldred's Edict here. That's fine. I'll take my life back. Thank you. I already got a card out of it. You're down to 1 card in hand. I've got tons of action. I'm about to Shieldred's Edict that off the map. We can't Beanstalk and Shieldred's Edict in the same turn, so I think we just wait on the Beanstalk. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and black, blue, Shieldred's Edict. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Does that resolve? Okay. And yeah, we're in a good position. Next turn, we can play out the land. We can double spell. All right. My goodness, no plays. That is what I like to see. All right. If we get a fetch, we could Witherbloom. I'm just gonna do this. Green, blue, Beanstalk again. We've got Bowmasters up, but I presume they play Daze if they're doing that. Oh, we're so close to just casting another Murktide. Do we want... I kind of want to gain life and feed this, and we're not doing anything with his mana. Call me crazy, but I think I am going to go ahead and just mill myself and drain my opponent. Hopefully I get a land. I may not get a land. If this draws out interaction, I'll be so happy. That's fine. Okay. So that was really good. We got a card out of their hand. Not that it was like an impactful card because we could have just played around Daze, but we do know they play Daze now. They're getting a second Scry. They're able to put a dead card at this point in the game into their graveyard. This is kind of virtual card advantage. All right. Question is, do we want to go ahead and Murktide here? And I think we do. So I think before we Murktide, since we have the ability to do this, I do kind of want to brainstorm away this Daze. Daze goes away. Fatal Push is an answer to a resolved Murktide, but so is Shield Resilience. I think we can put it back. Okay, now I'm going to fetch here. They would have to have another Daze from a Murktide, and even if they do, I'm going to draw a second card. So we do want a second black source here. And I'm just going to go green, blue, Beanstalk. Okay. And then I'm just going to go blue, blue. And if they have Daze, that's fine, but I'm going to draw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blue, blue. They just concede because they know I'm going to draw a lot of cards. All right. So in this matchup, Dreadnought, Swamp, are they likely... Did we see any green? Oh, man, I wasn't even looking at their what they were playing here. I think they're playing green. Man, that was bad of me to not look at their mana base. I seem to recall only seeing blue-white. But I think this deck traditionally does play green. I mean, they may just be playing straight blue-white. Okay, I'm going to call me a terrible player, but they're playing Daze. I think this comes in. I think Swamp probably doesn't come in. They're playing a lot. They're not going to be playing back to basics, I don't think. Dismember is... Actually, it's not that great. Like, we can take out a Triumph with it, but Fatal Push can hit... Yeah, I think what we do is we probably take out the Shielder's Edicts, which are mana inefficient against the Daze deck. Our own dress downs aren't good. Force of Vigor can potentially... I didn't see any Beanstalks or anything. Do we want to have... I mean, the way we lose is definitely we lose because of these. So I think what we could do is we could probably take out our Dazes because they saw us Daze a lot. We could probably take out our Spell Pierce, which doesn't really stop their key spells. We can take out our Stifles. But what do we bring in? I mean, Force of Vigor can hit their creatures, and it can also hit a dress down with the troll on this or the dreadnought on the stack. Deed seems good. Deed can kill a lot of stuff. So I think we just morph into a more conventional control deck. I don't hate the idea of doing this substitution though, because they are playing like Wastelands and stuff. Let's do this. And if they do have green for some reason, and I just forgot seeing it, this will limit the carpet mana they're going to be able to get from us. This is a strong keep on the basis of carpet. Otherwise, it's a pretty mediocre keep. But I'm going to assume that if I'm able to go get carpet and resolve carpet, I'm going to win. Now, they could have a series of Wastelands that waste us out of the game. We do have Dismember. We do have Fatal Push. I think we keep this. This is a really strong card against them as well, just because they are playing a bunch of cantrips. Okay, playing on basics. Makes sense. Now my thinking is, do we go ahead and play out a Wasteland to bait them and then potentially have Daze protection for when we resolve our carpet? I think that's the correct play because they're going to think, oh, their hand is terrible. And our hand is pretty terrible. There's nothing we can do with the carpet mana anyway. I'm just going to play this out. I definitely could have played out a Polluted Delta and just forced them to kind of hold up Stifle mana. If they waste my waste, I'll be so happy. What do we do? I think we just play out this land and we wait because the carpet, we don't have any use for it. It's going to be a hammer later. We could draw a blue card to pair with it. Yeah. This will go fetch a basic island, probably. Now we got more carpet mana. This is great. I've also got a legit wasteland target here. I think we can probably go for carpet here. It doesn't do anything immediately is the thing. If we just hold, we've got lots more interaction and stuff. There's no practical reason why they would waste us here. I mean, I might be able to draw out a Stifle by just wasting here. Okay. So restricting their mana, now they can't Triumph. I think it'd be a mistake to try to Bowmasters that. That'd be too greedy. If they don't find a land, or if they shuffle and don't play a land, then I'll waste a wasteland. Okay, they got a Tundra. I think going ahead and wasting them off the Tundra is a reasonable play here. Because we have Dismember for Triumph. We've got Fatal Push for... we've got most of our bases covered. Maybe we do want to go ahead and just get the Carpet online here. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, it's in. Okay. We're going to go to post-combat, and we're going to ag green, and we're going to Carpet immediately. Yes. Green. There we go. If we can draw a blue card, we'll be so happy here. But I think... Oh, they're not going to counter that. We drew a blue card. This is ridiculous. Okay, I'm just going to let them go. They want to waste me. It's like totally fruitless. This wasteland like basically does nothing now. Petty theft. Do we care? I don't think we really even care. I think I'll let that happen. I'm much more interested in forcing like Doorkeeper Thrall is a pretty good card. Well, we don't have to force any creature. We don't have to force any enabler. That is a-okay. You're restricting your own mana. You're not restricting mine because you need that mana more than I will. So I'm just going to go... I'm going to play this first. What do we do here? I do want to cut them off this Tundra. It's kind of a liability. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to fetch here. See if they stifle. It's fine. Now I'm going to go fetch you a second time. Do they have a stifle again? Drop. Just going to play the green out and I'll Carpet again. Just going to add black here. I think we go ahead and play it out. They may have a brainstorm, but it'll cause them to use it at a suboptimal time. Okay. And I'm just going to waste this now. Cut off their outs. Triumph would be kind of a pain. All right, Murktide Regent. It is going to come in as a 1, 2, 3. It's going to come in as an 8/8. Or, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have an immediate way of killing it. I could just cantrip with Force of Will. This puts them pretty far back. I think this is worth doing. I just don't want to get in a situation where I unnecessarily died. If they force back, that's fine. They could even daze back. I'm going to draw a card. Okay, another Bowmasters. So now I can ping it and I can dismember it. All right, they could have... I'm just going to add black here. So I think what we do here is we do ping it first and then dismember. I mean, that's going to definitely telegraph what we're doing. We're going to lose 4 life. They could have a force. They could have a lot of things. But what I don't want is to dismember and then not get the Bowmasters. Yes. Okay, I'll look at it later, though. I'm recording. Thanks for being patient. Okay, and then I think I'm just going to go ahead and dismember now. If you have a daze, you have blown me out, sir. Okay, you don't. All right, and I think that's probably the game. They have like nothing on the table. They have a land in hand that they can go get. Hey, let me record, please, Jocelyn. Take it to the other room if you want to count it. Don't stay in here. All right, I'll pass. So we've neutralized that threat, and I think they are going to be in a pretty tough spot here. Right? These are not great pickups. I think we're just going to use it now because there's no reason to do this. I think I'm just going to go ahead and play out this. I can go fetch a green source at the end. Attack with all creatures. We have the ability to potentially kill up to a 4-drop. So I wouldn't be surprised if they plow one of these. Doorkeeper Thrall is fine. I'm just going to kill it now because I can. I don't want it to trade or stop one of my Bowmasters. Okay. And now we can pass. So we have selection next turn, but we don't have really anything going on other than these Bowmasters. They can definitely kind of save up for a big turn. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get the selection here. Don't want any more lands, that's for sure. So that can go to the graveyard. That was good. That was a good card there. I mean, it's definitely better than a trop would have been in that specific situation. Okay, I'll just add black. Scare them. And then I'm just going to... I think I'm going to go ahead and do this now, in case they do have another Doorkeeper throw. They have to flash it in. That's fine. Doesn't affect my attacks. Reduces the likelihood that they have Catherine. So what they did there was they flashed in Brazen Borrower, and it cannot block creatures. It can only block creatures with flying. So we got 2 more turns of whacking in, and then we'll be set. They're going to attack because there's no reason not to. They could still have like a Murktide or something really big, and that would be bad, but they don't. What do we draw here? Murderous Cut is pretty awesome. I'm just going to do it now. Yes. Black. I'm just going to go ahead and do... I'm going to play this out. I don't think it helps. And then we'll just do probably that. Oh, wait, we don't have to do any of that. I shouldn't have even played that out. I can just cut with like cards from my graveyard here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Draw trigger. They'll probably scoop. Yep. Good games. All right, that was a clean 2-0. Round 4. We are 3-0. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to go back in here. Sideboard guide has been doing great. I haven't really found any substitutions I've needed to make in the moment. If I do, I'm going to note those here and keep this up to date. But let's see. Are there any of these matches we haven't played against recently? I haven't played Shadow. I played it in paper. I actually lost to it a while back. The mirror. I haven't run into the mirror that much. Yeah. Like 8 cast. Probably Affinity. We'll see what we get here. Azerate. So actually, I played against this person recently. And here they are. They're on Scam. And we 1-2. So assuming they're still on Scam, I am not going to be lazy. I'm going to search them. Azerate 218. And oh, they switched to Doomsday, it looks like. Yeah, that's great. I love my Doomsday matchup. All right. So we are on the play. We have a strong hand against Doomsday. Doesn't have a force, but it does have the ability to stifle the trigger. We could... I think we open Hedge Maze. See, if they're on Doomsday, we definitely want to open Hedge Maze. They are playing 2 Orcish Bowmasters, as Doomsday sometimes does now. They've got they could have a double Thassa pile to defeat my Doomsday or my Stifle. They have 2 Stifles of their own. So I think we keep and we open Hedge Maze here. They're doing the One Ring. So what we're going to try to do is overpower them with the card advantage. So let's see what we get here. That is definitely staying on top. And I'll just pass, and I'm going to tell them, good luck, have fun. All right. So let's see if they Doomsday straight into it. If they do, I don't have any protection against turn 1. Okay, great. So I think at this point, I am going to go up the Beanstalk and hope they don't have days. In their deck, they have 4 dazes. It's not going to get any better. I'm not drawing land anyway. This will be efficient use of my mana. If we can draw out their dazes and other disruption early, that is okay with me. Green Beanstalk. We're in. Yes, I feel favored. And we drew a land, which is great. So there's definitely danger in forcing here. We don't want to do it because this is probably the last window where their dazes are going to be good. Soon I'll have lots of land. Yep, that's fine. All right. They're pondering. Verdant Catacombs. All right. They're passing. No actions for me. I'm just going to go to my turn. I am probably going to stifle that fetch. I would love to get rid of these. I'll do that in a turn. Yeah, I don't think we should rely on Stifle to like save us in a Doomsday type scenario. It's much better to constrict their mana. Okay, and they had another land. They're not doing anything. I'm I think it's better to wait on Brainstorm and see if we can naturally draw a fetch here. Witherbloom Command currently doesn't do anything. I am kind of tempted to like see if I can find a fetch. I think, yeah, let's go and do this. I'm going to test the waters with this. This Brainstorm will pair with Force of Will. We'll see if they, okay, that's fine. So they're considering. They're bad ponder, basically. And they put a Brainstorm in the graveyard. So maybe they're afraid that I have, oh, this is so good. We want all these cards, but unfortunately there's no land here. I think we just slowly draw through this because Force of Will is so good here. So I think what I do is I probably put Force of Will in hand and then, do I want to put Daze in hand? Yeah, I think Daze in hand. Well, I screwed up. We're putting Force in hand because I screwed up. Okay. I'm going to pass. And the moment I can draw into a Wasteland, that's going to be really strong, but I'm not going to rush anything here. We can fill up our graveyard for a potential Murderous Cut if they do want to play out of Bowmasters. It's fine. Again, like just building up a critical mass of Force of Wills, I think is the way forward here. We've got 8 cards in hand. They do find a land. They're fetching. Dark Ritual, they're going for it. 1 ring. All right, this is definitely a force. I think what we do here, if we force, they can force back. And we will draw a card and then we can, yeah, I want to keep this force in hand because it's going to cantrip. So even if they force back, I still have the ability to draw a Daze here. That's fine. My force is countered. I'm going to draw a card. And here, I think we just Daze. We're going to go float a blue, and we're going to Daze this. Do they have a second force? They don't. Okay, great. Well, we stopped their big haymaker. We've got 6 cards in our hand now to their 3. I think we just pass. Man, I really do want to like get a land though, but I don't think it's responsible to do that because we need to keep this Brainstorm up. Let's just wait one more turn. That's fine. What I'd really like to do is Brainstorm into Witherbloom Command into Brainstorm and maybe drain some life. So we'll wait one more turn to see what we draw here. Again, you never, the way Doomsday beats you is you get greedy. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do, I think we do this. And if this resolves, we're like super duper uber favored. All right, that's good. I kind of wish that I had, yeah, I'm not going to Witherbloom. I'm going to keep my mana open so I'm Daze proof. Scariest card they could have here might be like a Thoughtseize for my Force of Will. If they just keep, you know, windmill slamming, Doomsdays and things like that, this is going to be countered, hopefully. Street Wraith is fine. They draw into interaction. They've got a Daze. Okay, so are they going to like quadruple Daze me here? I will pay for that Daze. Yes. So they're getting their Undercity Sewers back, which is pretty desperate. Now we've got fetches, so Witherbloom is on. That's fine. Okay, so we don't have protection anymore. What do we draw here? I think we put Force of Will on top. They'll probably assume that we have something to go with the Force of Will. So yeah, I'm going to do that. Actually, Brainstorm is pretty good here. You know what? That's actually bad because if we Witherbloom, yeah, I mean, we could lose this, frankly. We could definitely lose this. I do think Witherbloom is correct here. Witherbloom with the drain mode. I'll just get that. I'm going to go black, green, Witherbloom, mill myself, drain for 2. I will return the, I'll return the Trop because actually these don't fetch anything here. And I'm just going to pass. We have Murderous Cut with no targets. That's basically our interaction. So let's say hypothetically they are able to, from their current resources. Yeah, we have not found any sort of clock yet, which is troubling. I can get Lorien revealed back. That's actually a pretty strong play. It's like a multi-turn line though. Okay, Force of Will is great. And so what I think we do is we hold up Force with Daze Protection. Oh, they're doing something during our draw step? I would love for them to put a Bowmasters on the table right now. They may do that. Because if they do, I'm going to Murderous Cut it, and I'm going to draw 2 cards and get this dead card out of my hand. Okay, we are restarting Magic Online. That sucks. Yeah, I guess we timed out or something. I'm going to stop this video. I'll start recording it in a second. All right, we are back. We lost some time there. It looks like they lost time too, though. So I think the server just went down for everybody. So fortunately, it went down when it was on there. The clock was on their side, so that actually was good for us. I'll take what I can get, right? I'm not too proud to be happy that like the server went out when it was on their clock. I'm heavily favored in this game. Okay, there it says they have lost connection. I mean, I'm assuming I'm connected. Test. It's not showing that I'm connected either. That is super scary because I don't like. I'm doing great, and every minute counts in a chess type matchup like this. Okay, so my test did go through on the server. Welcome back. I got kicked for some reason. Okay, so nothing has changed about the game state. We're still in my draw step. Okay, so it's my main phase. I'm going to go ahead and play this land out, and I'm going to be able to fetch a Mystic Sanctuary here if I need to. I'm going to go ahead and have Force of Will up, though. So Mystic Sanctuary for Lorien Revealed is my game plan here. My opponent is pretty slow here, and I suspect that is because they're lagged. Okay. So unfortunately, this is like 20-plus-year-old software, and sometimes it has issues. My understanding is the new company that took over MTGO for Wizards of the Coast is doing their best here. That's great. Wow. I'm so happy about this because I can Murderous Cut this, and yeah, we know from looking at their list over here that they likely play 2 of these. Okay. That's fine. I'm going to wait till the end step. During the end step, I'm going to go ahead and fetch here. I'm going to get a Sanctuary. I'm going to put I think I put Force of Will on top. I think having a second Force of Will is better. Yes, I'll use that. And I'm just going to go black, Murderous Cut that, and I'm just going to 1, 2, maybe 3, 4. I'm going to keep my Force of Will up just in case they have some sort of instant speed shenanigans. Okay, so they scooped. For Doomsday, yeah, it's lagging hardcore. Let's go back over to our sideboard guide, and we can go in here. Doomsday is under the combo section. Here it is. So we need to take out 2 Fatal Push, 1 Edict. General. Let's take a look again at their sideboard and see how they generally board. So they have 2 Murktides and a Shieldred. These both make me want to keep the Edicts in. So I think we could probably... Oh, do they bring in Carpet? No, because they're not even playing green. Sheldock Isle is scary, but Sheldock Isle doesn't really have anything to put under it other than like a Force of Will or potentially... Yeah, they could bring in Leyline, which does slow me down, but that's not... I think that would not be good in this matchup. I don't think they should be doing that. So Dismember does hit the Shieldreds, but I think what we do is we just take out the Fatal Pushes. Take out the Fatal Pushes. If they're not bringing in any hateful permanents, it's not really a good reason for us to keep one of these in. So we take these out, and then we bring in Force Negation. And what's the other card that we're supposed to bring in here? Oh, we take out a Bowmasters? We take out just the pushes, and we bring in Force Negation, Dress Down, and Carpet. Yeah, that seems fine. And the reason we bring in Carpet is just because, it's not because they're attacking our mana, but because if we are able to do things without tapping our own mana during our turn, that's very strong. So, for example, Lorien Revealed. Like, I don't want to tap out for Lorien Revealed, which is why I was using Mystic Sanctuary to get back a Force of Will instead, that I can cast at instant speed. Okay, submission received. All right, that was touch and go there for a second. All right. And for some reason that got resized, so I'll just fix that. Okay. This is a strong keep if they have a slower game plan. And I think we should settle into them having a slower game plan. We should assume they're not going to go all glass cannon against us. They've mulled to 6. So I'm going to hold this Lorien Revealed. Okay, so they did bring in the... So they've got effectively like a 5-card hand, and I'm going to just beat them down with Orcish Bowmaster. So it doesn't really matter that they brought this in. Okay, Murktide Regent. Unfortunate draw. I think we just play this out and we pass. End step, I am going to go ahead and get the ETB tap land, the Hedge Maze. Polluted Delta. That's fine. No play. I'm going to attempt to fetch here. I don't think they play Stifle. They do play a couple Stifles. It doesn't matter. We got plenty of mana. We have plenty of mana. That is worth keeping. This is a better than average draw. I'll put it on top of my library. Okay. So why is this even in my deck? It's because if they do go off, we can potentially... yeah, I'm not gonna waste any time. I'm just gonna go ahead and go up the Beanstalk here. They may daze it. That's fine. They may Spell Pierce. I don't know if they have Spell Pierce. That's fine. Yeah, I'm happy for them to do that because it's not great for me, but you know, they're going to get a creature, but I'm going to be able to remove that creature. I've got plenty of ways to remove a Bowmasters here. And I ripped a Daze, which is pretty good. So Bowmasters will take this out, and then I'll eventually figure out a way to get rid of the token. So it looks like they're going on the aggressive plan. Street Wraith is a card that they can cast against me. Okay, so it looks like we're in trouble here because I can't stop this. Let's see what they get. So, of course, we're going to have to infer what they get here. If they choose any of these cards, we'll know, but I doubt they're going to choose any of these cards. They do have basic lands, so I think it's almost certain that they're going to get a card like Cavern of Souls. And they do play one Cavern of Souls, I believe, in their deck. Yeah. And they may have boarded out the second Thassa's Oracle, but they may have kept it in and do a double Thassa's Oracle pile. If they do that, we do... Okay, so let's take a look. So let's count the forces first. 1, 2, 3. 3 forces. So they have a Force of Will in their pile or in their hand, which means that we're not going to be able to win with Dress Down here. Unless we draw a Force of our own. They took out Murktide, which makes sense. It's interesting. They only brought in 1 Murktide, it looks like, and then they brought in 2 Shieldreds. They could only... Oh, wait. No, they've got 2 Murktides. So they took those out. Cavern is in exile, so they must be planning probably like a double pile, which makes sense. Yeah. So I don't think we can kill these because if we attempt to do that, we're not going to be able to Dress Down. Okay, I just want to take a look one more time. They have, okay, so 1 Thoughtseize. 1 Thoughtseize in exile. All their other creatures seem to be in exile. 1 Force of Will. 2 Force of Will. 3 Force of Will. Days count. 1 days. They may have taken the other days out. They could very well have kept it in. All right. So what I think likely they have access to is 1 Force of Will, at least 1 of their creatures. If we just wait, they are going to kill me because they're going to be hitting me for 3 each turn, and they've got to draw 4 cards. Yep. So the best draw is Force. I can't Beanstalk right now. I don't think that's safe. Okay, we're getting lag again. This time it's on my clock. Come on, server, don't do this to me. So what I think we do here, this Murktide is totally dead, and it's not going to matter. What we do here is end step. Maybe we Bowmasters in response to them doing literally anything that involves drawing a card, just to get rid of their Bowmaster and potentially kill them before they end the game. But they're going to be able to draw through their deck pretty quickly. So if they have their cantrip set up, all the protection I have is a daze. Oh no, please tell me I don't have to restart. I think I'm just going to restart again. So I'll stop recording. I'll start recording again in a second. All right, we're back. Okay, so I can actually play my land out now. I think we just pass. So I'm not worried about them killing me with combat damage. That is something they could potentially do if they want to Bowmasters again. Hideaway 4. Okay, so no idea what they're getting here. But this probably actually means they're not going to win this turn because this is tapped. So they're going to attempt to win next turn, and we're going to have dress down for then. Just going to go ahead and do this now. Bowmasters. They may force it. We know they have a force. Best case scenario, they don't force, and I'm able to draw into a force. That's fine. I'm going to take this. I'm just going to fetch here. I'll get this. And then I'm just going to cycle. And I'm going to get another trop. All right, so we got Beanstalk, we got Dress Down. Force of Will, my goodness. Now do I still Beanstalk? They've got one card in hand. I think what we do here is we do Beanstalk. Oh, it's so hard. Because if they have just a daze, we established that they had just one daze out here, so it's quite likely they have a daze in their pile. Yeah, I don't think we Beanstalk here because we want to make sure that we have the mana to cover this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and attack with both. It would just be so devastating to get blown out by a daze just because I wanted the extra cards from Beanstalk. It sucks that we're just not going to use those this game, but I think they have one force as their point of interaction. So they're drawing. Okay. Emrakul. So he's going to get another turn. Is there anything I can do here? I can remove the Annihilator. He can't be countered. He does get an extra turn after this, during which I believe I'm dead. So my only out is to draw into Shielder's Edict here. So I think what I do, so I go ahead and let this resolve, because there's nothing I can do about that. This resolves. Okay. Is there an out here? They've got another turn. I can go ahead and play Dress Down now. Might be better to save the Dress Down. Yeah, I think we just save the Dress Down until their next draw. So I can set it to begin combat, set step here, and I think I can put the Dress Down in before the trigger goes on the stack. Actually, I want them to force here. Unfortunately, there's no way that I can get out of this. If I brainstorm, I simply won't have the mana to do anything about this. There's nothing I can do to stop it in the air. I'm just going to concede. We'll go to game 3. Save some time. All right. That was a sneaky win. And there wasn't really anything I could have done. Even if you have Dress Down on the battlefield, it doesn't stop the actual Emrakul win. I think it's quite likely that they go back to their original configuration and they don't use the sideboard juke now. I think we just go back. I mean, I have 4 wastelands to potentially hit those. So I had lots of outs to hitting that. I'm going to play first. This seems like a really solid hand. We've got turn 1 interaction in the form of Spell Pierce. Do they play Wasteland themselves? They do have 2 Wastelands. That's fine though, because we've got Lorien revealed. I'm going to keep this. They do not have a turn 1. Yeah, I'll just play that. They don't seem to have a turn 1 Leyline of the Void, or a turn 0 rather, pre-game action. So I want to hit this. I think we just let them ponder and we keep this up, and then what I can do is end step I can cycle to get a land. I think it's better to establish like a daze proof mana base before we attempt to start brainstorming and stuff. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and cycle this. I'm going to get a Underground Sea. Draw for turn is Stifle. That's a great draw here. I think we play this out and we just pass. So we have Stifle and Spell Pierce up. Okay. No motion from them. That's fine with me. I'm just going to keep drawing cards. Playing nice and tight. Another Daze is good. If we play this out, they do have a Swamp in their deck that they'll go get. I think the better thing to do is to try to find a second land that we can use. I'm not, even if I do find a Beanstalk, I'm not going to cast it this turn. These cards are not great, but we can, so we don't need the second Daze. I'm just going to take this. And then I'll play this. And the next turn, depending on what they fetch, I can potentially, wasteland them. Okay, I'm just going to stifle that. And that may seem aggressive, but, with both Spell Pierce and Daze in my hand, I want to definitely press my advantage here. Do they have another land? They're pondering. Do I want to stop this? If we Spell Pierce this, they might Daze back, and then they can just replay their land. I think it's fine. I'm going to let them have it. We'll see whether they shuffle. Shuffled. Okay, great. Land drop. Ooh, Shelldock. All right, that's fine. I'm going to waste that. And then if they go with the Shelldock plan, I will know they went with the Shelldock plan. Yep. So I will fetch during my upkeep. And I do have 8 minutes on the clock to their 12, so I do need to play quickly. Some of this is not because I'm playing, sloppy. Some of it really is just because I lost time. We're going to go and waste that. And I think it's just a face down card. Yeah, just don't know what it is. I think we pass. So the dream is to keep them, pretty lean in terms of lands and to find a Murktide. So this turn, I may, depending on what I draw, I may go ahead and brainstorm. It's pretty good. I think I brainstorm here. I've got, Bowmasters covered if they decide to do that. Okay, so I think what we do is we put back Shieldred's Edict. Oh, actually, Shieldred's Edict. Murderous Cut doesn't draw us any cards yet. I think we put that back. And, I'll keep the Shieldred's Edict in hand. And if I can... it's so hard to actually do that, though. I think I just put that back, and now I'm just going to go ahead and Island Cycle now and get my land drop. Consider's fine. Okay, I'm just going to get a trop. I should have technically tapped my my trop instead there. There's not really any reason to put a card on top of my deck. I'm just going to get a trop, play it, pass with Spell Pierce, Daze, Force Will up, and Shieldred's Edict if they do resolve a nasty creature. That's fine. Spell Pierce. I think we sadly have to force back with Brainstorm. Wait for that to clear. Okay, so they are actually in a... I mean, they don't have much mana. They did use a Lotus Petal to do that, but they do have a lot of cards in hand. So Murktide is really what we want to find here, just to keep the pressure up. Oh, please tell me that this is not lagging out again. My goodness, I've got 6 minutes on the clock. Okay. 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm going to restart again. Okay. Now it looks like it may be their turn to lag. We've got 4 minutes on the clock. We basically just have to sit here and make sure that if priority is passed back to us, we're able to quickly respond. So I'm just like in suspense about whether my draw is going to help me get there or not. Okay, delta is not really helpful. I am going to go ahead and play it out though. Okay, I'll play that out. I will pass. So there's definitely a chance that they could have a daze. They only have 1 daze post board. So on the draw, I imagine they probably have even fewer dazes. So I think I am going to go ahead and attempt to Lorien Revealed here, just because I really need the cards. Mystic Sanctuary, Lorien Revealed. Let's see if they have the daze. Or do they have a force here? I do have a Shieldred's Edict if they force. Okay, that's good. All right. Yes. All right, now we're going to draw. Lorien Revealed. Does it resolve? It does. Holy cow. What a huge win. Okay. 3 minutes on the clock. We've got a bunch of dead cards in our hand, but we do have an Orcish Bowmasters. That's fine. I'm going to respond with my own Bowmasters here in a second. That's fine. I mean, they have so much more time. They could just take their sweet time. But me, I have no such luxury. Go get my Hedge Maze. Need this to matter. This does not matter. Would love to rip one of many cards. This actually is not bad. I'm just going to hit that now. Then I'm going to go black, blue, Bowmasters now. Lock them out of casting cantrips. I'll pass. If they do nothing, I might just Shieldred's Edict this away next turn so I can start attacking. Yep. Sacrifice a creature token. I need to clear the path. Your life total is precious, and I want to get at it. Okay. I just don't have the luxury of playing around opposing Bowmasters. He can blow me out if he has the ability to. I just need to get in for damage quickly. All right. More dead cards. More dead cards. I'm still going to attack. I'm not going to win by sitting around. I'm going to hope to draw a Brainstorm here. That's the best draw on my deck. That's fine. They may be able to Doomsday now. Looks like that's what they're doing. Can they build a pile they can win through a Bowmasters? One ring. Shieldred. Shieldred is about to be hoisted by her own petard, as they say. Let's see if this resolves. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Wow, that is a huge relief. Okay, I'm going to go up the Beanstalk here. Murderous Cut is a decent card. If they play another creature, I can cut it. Does make me want to go ahead and play this out, and I'll pass. The reason being that there's nothing really to fetch. I could fetch the Thin, but I don't want to do that. Okay, Force of Negation is a great pickup. Not actually sure if I'm going to have time to kill them with combat damage because I'm hitting them in chunks of 2. Like if I were them, I'd probably just be passing priority as much as possible and just waiting to maybe draw a card. I mean, it's kind of a crappy way to win, but like, let's face it. Please play a Murktide. Blue, 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 Force Negation. Okay. I'm going to immediately cast this out. I don't have time to spare. I just have to kill them dead quickly. All right, we may be able to do it. They've got one draw. Even if they resolve Doomsday here, they're pretty much dead, and I have Murderous Cut. So they have to have a threat and be able to protect it. Ring would be good. That's fine. I'm not going to interact with that. I am going to ping you twice, though. Save targets. Hit them. Always a pleasure. Yeah, and yeah, I have no idea what they have in hand. They may have already pieced out. They may be frustrated because that was a very long match. All right, these have been some tight games. Every single one of them, except for this one, has gone to full, like 3 games, which is something I have become unaccustomed to because I've been just on a tear lately where I've been winning 2-0 in a lot of these. Like I think over the last 2 leagues I played, I gave up 3 games total. And now I've already given up 3 just in this league alone. But I am on track to potentially get a trophy if I don't get like extremely unlucky. or if I don't choke too hard. So I'm going to keep my nerves calm. The round 5 opponent, if you're like on a trophy run and if you haven't lost any games, that does take a little bit longer to pair. So I'm just going to maybe skip ahead here. All right. So we are up against Lightwalker. This person, I believe, almost always plays. Let's see, we've played against them several times actually. And they have, I don't know if we've ever beaten them. Let's see. Lightwalker is on Painter. Yeah, we have beaten them before, but I'm going to assume they're on Painter. This hand, pretty good against Painter. It's not great. We have a Beanstalk hand. We have a basic island in case they come out really quick. Yeah, Shielders Edict kind of sucks. I think this is a mediocre hand, but I'm going to keep it. They're not going to be able to interact with our Beanstalk, so we are going to be able to get that out. If they open with some crazy opening, which they didn't, then we'd be screwed, but luckily it's looking like we're going to be playing a slower game. So they just open Mountain. I'm going to go ahead and open Island Ponder, and then I can choose whether to keep. Fatal Push is good in this matchup. I don't need the Hedge Maze, so I'll put that back and maybe draw the Ponder, but definitely draw the Fatal Push. All right, because Fatal Push just hits like pretty much everything in this matchup, and we're going to have a trigger online, most definitely, between these 3 fetches. So this could be a turn where they, Ancient Tomb, Unlicensed Hearse, not a big deal. Could be a big deal later. So we're drawing Ponder, and we're going up the Beanstalk. The best rip off of the Beanstalk will most definitely be a Force of Will. Yep, that's not a great rip. All right, well, we're just going to have to see what they do. But this is a slow start, which signals to me that they may not have a particularly strong hand. Or that they may think we're like Rescaminator. I don't know actually why they would start that way. I don't have a way of beating this, and they may realize that. I'm not going to play it out because I don't want them to realize that like the situation's that dire, but yeah, it is pretty damn dire. Like, we can go after their lands if we can find a wasteland, and I think actually that's probably the best thing to do. The best thing to do is probably just to try to tempo them out. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to Ponder here. Beanstalk is an above average draw. Daze doesn't do anything here. So I think what we do is we keep the Beanstalk. And I'm just going to go ahead and fetch here. Get this. Do we want to get Bowmasters online so we can start beating them? I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to do this. They may have like Fury to unload their hand. The way we beat them is Bowmaster getting in under them somehow, them doing a lot of damage to themselves with this, and us having a card like Witherbloom Command to dome them. I really think that's our only path forward here. If they can start animating this, that's bad. It is worth noting that they can't attack us. So they may just Fury here. Fables sucks for us because it gives them a way to filter cards that they wouldn't otherwise be able to cast, and it gives them a blocker. They could crew and attack here. Okay, they're opting not to attack, which is good for me. Witherbloom to take out the Hearse and dome them for 2 is not the worst. And then we could get another Beanstalk online. Getting a Beanstalk online is probably worse than just dealing with their Shaman. So I think what I do here is I am going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to do this first. I'm going to go ahead and do this now. Fetch. Going to get a Underground Sea. I'm going to go ahead and do this before they can exile my Underground Sea. We're going to destroy target non-creature permanent, and target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So hit that, and I'm going to drain you. They can exile this if they'd like. But this way they can't exile my Fatal Push. So I can push this. That's fine. Get rid of that. Attack for 2. So again, like, it's going to be hard to win this one, but we do have the ability to recur that and hit them again. Our matchup gets much better sideboard, post board, because then we have the both the Force of Vigor, and we have Pernicious Deeds to deal with Ensnaring Bridge and other problematic artifacts. That's fine. They have the combo, they have the combo. See if I can find a force. Pyroblast. It's fine. They don't have a way to use this now. They have a Bolt as their last card in hand. What do they have? Okay, so I'm going to Edict next turn, and then I'm going to attack them again. So I think what we do is we Edict, we attack, we plan to get... so we're playing kind of on borrowed time anyway, and I know this. Let's get the right one. Attack with all creatures. Play this out. I am going to go ahead and deal with this now. Mystic Sanctuary. Going to target Witherbloom command. I'm not sure if they have a way to gain life in their deck. Guess I'm going to use this ability. I'm going to go green, blue, Beanstalk. If they have another... Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, I set that up. Never mind. I was like, oh, wow, I got it. They're going to be able to put this in play. And if they do have like some really big haymaker, they can just cast it. They may be wary about tapping this Ancient Tomb, though. One cool thing to note is that I can attack with this, and then I can pump it with a Bowmasters. So if my next draw is a Bowmasters, I can still win this. 2 cards in hand, they're going to need to offload them somehow. Again, Fury is an absolute devastation against me right now, but I do have days if they decide to hardcast the Fury. And that would be the best case scenario, is they hardcast Fury, I daze it, they have 1 card in hand, and they are... I basically have lethal on them because they'll have tapped the Ancient Tomb. All right. Unfortunately, nothing I can do about this. They go to 0. Yep. But I'm glad they're doing this, and they can't animate that. So they still don't have a path to victory. I mean, we could just draw a bunch of cards that are good. This is an opportunity to put back the days. Wow, that's really good. So we waste this. Days goes back. Yeah, so I think we have to waste this. We can cast another Beanstalk, though. It's possible that they go lower in life, and then we can double drain them. So I'm going to go... Ooh, I can't do both in one turn, can I? I'm just going to Beanstalk now, draw it. What are they doing here? You're going to grindstone me? That's fine. Ponder. We need this on top. No, we'll draw. We'll pass. If they do that again, that's totally fine, because we've got enough damage in our hand to kill them. We just need several turns to deploy it. So next turn we can deploy Bowmasters. What do they have here? Another Fable. That's good. Okay, so we can Shieldred's Edict. This is not a token. And that prevents them from copying. Okay, and then during the upkeep, I could put a damage on that and prevent it from attacking. It can't attack anyway. I'm just going to go ahead and play this now. Now they can't use this ability. We just need 2 turns in a row to be able to kill them. Any point they can potentially use this. So, but I felt it was better to shut off this than to shut off the ability for them to kill us. Okay. They have 1 card in hand. We can attack for lethal here. If we can remove this. Witherbloom. So the modes are going to be dome them for 2, get rid of Grindstone, I think. I think we do attack here, just because we can get them all the way down to 1. And then we have the out of drawing yet another Bowmasters. It just shuts off a little bit more of their options here. Interesting. Very interesting. I think they'll... Well, I don't know what they have in hand, what they're planning to do, but I do know that I have them dead next turn. Unless they have a way to gain life or kill me. Okay. Fury, what are they going to do here? Engineer's fine. They don't have anything they can do with that. Okay, let's draw a card. Yeah, I'll just drain them. I want to get scoop here. Then we just want to see more of my deck. I'm trying to think of anything they could do here to stop this. Okay, we won. Wow, I did not expect to win that, but you just play it out. So we're down quite a bit of time. Sideboard, we're bringing in Swamp, bringing in Deed, most definitely, Force of Vigor, Dismembers, Hydroblasts, Dress Down. A lot of cards are coming in. All of our tempo cards are coming out. And other cards that we can pull out. Let's take a look at our sideboard guide. Painter. I'm not sure if they're on red black. I wasn't paying attention. Underground Sea, Beanstalk, Spell Pierce, Stifle, and 2 Edicts. Edict is particularly terrible against their deck, in my opinion. Let's take out an Underground Sea here. And we need to take out a Beanstalk. Everything else looks gravy. All right. So we're up 1 game. Very happy with this sideboard. I feel like we sufficiently respect Painter with this sideboard strategy. Painter is a house, and you can get got by it really easily. Like they hit like that. You know, that bridge could have been game over without the direct damage. This looks like a strong keep. We don't have turn 1 interaction, but we have the ability to go get an island, which I'm going to get as soon as I can. We have Force of Vigor and we have Dismember. It's a slow start. We're happy to see it. Green card would be the best. That's not terrible. So I think considering that we have this, we can go ahead and ponder and we can keep some number of the cards that we reveal. So I think I do want to go ahead and just open with this. Looking for a Force of Will or a green card. All these cards are really good. Murktide is not super reliable as a win con. So I think we probably put it back for now and we take the, I don't think they have a way to see our hands. I'm going to put this down 1 and I'll draw this. Okay. I definitely should have drawn the Pernicious Deed just in case I need to Force of Vigor. I don't foresee myself doing Force of Vigor this early in the game, but it was a spew. I should have put it in my hand. There's no reason that they're not playing Thoughtseize or anything. They're not playing anything that looks in my hand. Okay, Ancient Tomb. Magus of the Moon's fine. I've got a Dismember. I've also got a way to get a basic island. So this does shut off some of their mana. So I think it's fine for me to just play this out with the intention of having the ability to fetch. So the other card was the Murktide, which we don't have a way to protect the Murktide, which is why I don't want to play it. So I think I'm just going to play this and I'll pass. We'll see what they do here, because I like restricting their mana until their end step, just in case this is what their game plan was. Okay, so they do have the 3rd land. Okay, so here I think we could clean up everything with this. They're going to get this trigger regardless. Wait, do they get this trigger? Let me check. Oh, yeah. So we don't want to throw away Deed here. I'm going to let this resolve, and I'm going to dismember this and fetch, and probably also Lorien cycled here. Just get it out of my hand. I think that's fine. They're going to get a creature. Yeah, there's not a lot I can do about it. I can definitely hardcast this Pernicious Deed. So the fact that we're going to be using Deed so aggressively means that I do want to go ahead and fetch. I'll fetch the swamp and then I'll fetch the island with this. Yeah, that's fine. And are they not going to attack? Okay, they're going to attack. So I'm just going to dismember. Ouch, ouch. And then pay that. Okay. I'm going to go fetch a swamp. Now I'm going to go fetch an island. All right, and we are not nearly as scared as we were before of what can transpire here. I think it's fine to go ahead and play this. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and play it because it's going to wipe at least 2 or 3 things. So they are going to get some filtering. They're probably going to toss some 0 drops. Okay, they tossed an Ancient Tomb. Let's see what they have here. Probably just going to attack and not do anything else. which is fine by me. If they do cast something, I will be happy to blow it away. All right, and they play the land. All right, Misty Rainforest. So we have this. If we can hold the turn, I think what I do is I brainstorm here, see if I can find a carpet, or an up the beanstalk. This is, yeah, I think we just kill that. We could wait until the attack step and then just blow up all three of these things. 1, 2, 3. I think it's still a good trade. I'm going to put this back because we don't really need it, and I'll just play this out. That's fine. They can't do anything with it. I mean, it does kind of suck that like we're doing all this just to answer. Yeah, so I got to begin combat stage. I'm just going to go ahead and do it now. I get a second drop just to ensure that I have mana for Force of Vigor, and then I'm just going to blow this. Yeah, and again, that might seem aggressive, but I have a lot of respect for what Kiki-Jiki can do, and we did get a land there. It's not like a total bad thing. And then they're probably going to do something in combat here, or post-combat. They're going to play another one, which is fine. I mean, like, we've got Force of Vigor. I just really want to draw a Beanstalk now. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're just going to hit both of these. Okay, so we're going to hopefully draw a land, and then we're going to Fatal Push this, and they're going to have a card in their graveyard. Yeah, so maybe I should have just taken the hit there. Maybe that was greedy of me. I wanted to save the life, and I wanted to slow them down. Okay, so they got Dragon Engine to refill. Dragon Engine is 3. Oh, this is good. So I'm going to go green, blue. Oh, do I want to do this, though? I think we do. We want to get rid of this Goblin Engineer. He is a problem. And then I think we just, because we can hold up Dress Down potentially if we just cut here, go 1, 2, 3, 4, black. Love to draw a land here. I did draw a land. Well, I draw a really good land. Just going to play this out. My opponent's probably going to be pretty frustrated at this turn of events. I would not fault them at all for being frustrated. If I had black mana, I would definitely push that there. See what they discard here. We are not nearly out of the woods yet, but I do feel better with Force of Vigor on our side and a Beanstalk in our hand. Okay. Are they going to bring it back? Another one. My goodness. Okay. So I think Force of Vigor hitting both of these is reasonable, but we still have these tokens running around, running amok. I want to find a Force of Will for this. We didn't find a Force of Will. We did find, we can remove it with Fatal Push, but this is going to be a problem. Like, they're going to be crashing in for a lot next turn. We can remove this and restrict their mana, Force of Vigor, but we still have to deal with both of these and now a Goblin Engineer. So I think what we do is we plan to Bowmaster trade with one of these, and probably we just pitch the second Beanstalk to Force of Vigor. Murktide can get us to victory. They have one card left. I think Murktide is better than Orcish Bowmasters here. This doesn't really do anything now that we've diffused their... But it's still a better draw than... If they kill... Okay, so let's think. All right. I do want to go up the Beanstalk, and then I want to resolve Murktide. That's what I want to do next turn. And then waste them. So Fatal Push doesn't fit into that at all. We would need... Actually, we could go up the Beanstalk with this. We could Fatal Push here, Fatal Push there, and then, yeah, we're still good. So, yeah, Dress Down is going to go back with the Bowmasters. Yep, that resolves. Okay. So let's see what kind of nastiness they get here. I do still believe we might want to, use the Beanstalk there. If we cut them off this, they're pretty far from being able to do anything. We're only drawing one card off of, The ability won't go on the stack if I do it at the beginning of the turn. let's draw. So I'm thinking here, we just go ahead and deal with this now. It's too big of a liability. I think we go ahead and we kill that. Beanstalk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5. We'll leave Lorraine in the graveyard so we can refill. Okay, we have a big Murktide. I think we set a stop and Lightwalker's upkeep. We pass. Upkeep. Cast by exiling a green card from your hand, and we'll hit both of these. Okay. Do you have a red blast? That's fine. I think we go ahead and attack here. Just deed for 0. Definitely worried that he could just slam. What is this? Fury? Dragon Engine comes back. They get 3 cards, but they don't have anything in hand. They've already played their land for turn. I think that's game. They can hit for 5, but I just killed them. I think that's it. Good guys. Thanks. Really close one. Okay, so they dropped. And another trophy. 2 trophies in a row. What am I telling you? This deck is amazing. Oh my gosh. That was such a tense experience. Like, knowing that they have like 5 or 6 red blasts in their deck and like going all in. Ripping the Pernicious Deed was great because it just allowed me to cut off a lot of their outs. Wow. Oh my goodness. I feel so good. I did not expect to do that. So 2 trophies in a row. I've not lost a game in 10, or I've not lost a match in 10 matches now. And I did 4-1 before that. So technically my record for the past 15 matches is 14-1, which just feels great. And this is just like a really solid deck. So let's take a look at the list one more time. Here, close. And I'm just going to go in here and wait. Let's take a look at the list. Sorry. I'm like, my heart's beating so fast. Again, like these are some amazing players. Lightwalker is a really, really solid. Let's pull him up. I'm assuming it's the. I don't mean to be presumptive. All right, so Lightwalker, I believe with an underscore. And look at that. Look at that. Nothing but Painter for years. Like even here, they were playing like Red Stompy, probably Moon Stompy. No, they were basically playing Painter. They just play Painter. They've been playing Painter for 4 years. And I managed to beat them 2-0. I feel very proud of that. So this is why I'm like so big on playing on MTGO. It's annoying. You have to buy the cards. Like this costs like $600 or something for all the cards. And you can get the cheaper versions of the dual lands. Again, I'm gradually upgrading my deck to make it look like more my paper deck, which has like FBB duels and everything's like fancy first printing and stuff. Well, not first printing in terms of dual lands, but in terms of the other cards, you know, you can do that, but you have to spend money, and then you have to spend money like losing while you learn the interface. So I would say I'm probably like $800 in, maybe, because I also built like some other decks. Like I built the other version of Beanstalk. I built Espervile, which is like my pet deck, which isn't very good right now because of Bowmasters. I built a lot of other control decks here. Maybe $1,000. I don't know. My wife is probably like, oh, so much money, but like I've gotten so much better as a player. I've never paid anybody for like a coaching consultation or anything like that. I'm sure that's useful too, but like just playing on MTGO, I've gotten a lot better. And it's just like playing a whole lot, reps, not having to think about like, oh, I need to just cast. Like I didn't really think about Deed. I was just like, Deed is high value here. We should do this. They've got like, you know, stuff in their graveyard. They've got lots of live type decks. I just wanted to shut out their outs. And yeah, and we did take a risk there. We were not protected with that Murktide. If they had a red blast, I probably would have just scooped and gone to game 3 because I was so low on clock. But knowing that like that was a chance that I could win with it, I just felt like driving it through. Sorry, I'm just kind of like waxing poetic about all this stuff, but like I guess my takeaways are play as much MTGO as you can. Yes, the software kind of sucks. We saw it crash a whole lot during during that final series of games. I almost lost versus Doomsday. I won with like 1 minute on my clock because I had to keep restarting my entire computer trying to get the network to work. But just keep getting those reps, in my humble opinion. I hope these videos are helpful if you're pursuing Sultai Beanstalk, which I do believe is a tier 1 deck. I believe this is the most powerful version of Beanstalk. Having played the other versions, having played the Triumph version, having played the Uro version, I just love having consistent mana and also being able to tempo people out like with 4 Murktides. Murktide is such a better card than Triumph of St. Catherine. It's not even funny how much better of a card it is. Murktide is one of the best creatures ever printed. And think about all the creatures that have been printed. Like certainly the ones that have been banned. But if you think about like Bowmasters is a good card, but Murktide is it's like so much better of a card. My goodness, this card is just ridiculous. Like I would argue that if Bowmaster weren't in the format, I wouldn't even play. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to play Bowmaster, but I wouldn't play any other threats. I just play 4 Murktides and just tons of interaction cards because Murktide closes the games. The only reason Bowmasters is in this deck, frankly, is because Bowmasters answers Bowmasters. And if they ban Bowmasters, which I think would be a mistake, I'm going to probably keep playing this. I might switch to Bant or something like that doesn't use black because I do like having plows and stuff like that. But just having Murktide plus just tons of cards that fill up your graveyard. I mean, Witherbloom is amazing. With Murktide, it's great synergy. Just having that, it's going to be hard to walk away from Witherbloom. But frankly, if they ban Bowmasters, I'm not going to be playing black anymore in this. Bowmasters is the reason to be playing black over white. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'm going to keep playing this deck because I just keep winning with it, and these are fun, thought-filled games. Like I'm making so many little decisions. Like, oh, I fetched wrong. I can't do 2 things. I can't double spell this turn. Or oh, I should have put the Pernicious Deed so I'd have in my hand, so I'd have the option of Force of Vigoring here. Like I know that my play is suboptimal, but the deck is so powerful that it's carrying me. So don't sleep on this deck. It just takes a lot of reps to get good with. Like this is not an easy control deck to play. And the reason it's not easy is because it's partially tempo deck, partially control deck. Loses to other control decks, beats combo in a way that traditional control decks don't. So like my record against Doomsday is, let's take a look here. If I go here and just like filter this, let's see if I can remember how to use. Is there a filter? Is it not gonna let me filter here? Okay, so I have to like log in and do all this stuff to be able to. Okay, sort column D. Okay, so I should be able to do that. Okay, so my record against Doomsday, which is a deck that traditionally is very scary for control decks because like they have, is this it? 1 match against Doomsday? I've got a lot more matches that may just not be represented here. Okay, well, I guess I don't have as much reps against Doomsday as I thought. But like anecdotally, like you saw me just win 2 games. I did lose a game because they had the hideaway land. But it's been a while since I've lost against Doomsday, and I attribute that 100% to playing my own Stifles, my own Dazes, my own Stellar Pierce. Like if you don't have all this control stuff, like Delver can shred Doomsday, right? But this can actually shred Doomsday in a similar way. So Jeskai is probably going to lose to Doomsday, frankly. Like they're just too slow. They're not proactive enough, and Doomsday soon enough will amass a critical. They'll build a critical mass of Thought Seizes and other spells to essentially disrupt the opponent. So yeah, I definitely recommend just getting the reps and playing this deck. And I want this channel to cover lots of control decks. I love control decks. I love playing Jeskai. I love playing control combo decks like Alurin, which, the old Sultai version of Alurin is amazing. I played that at SCG Con New Jersey last year and had an absolute blast, but that was before they printed Bowmasters. I love playing Espervile, but that was before they printed Bowmasters. And I'd argue once they ban Orcish Bowmasters, if they do that, again, not because the card is imbalanced, but just because a lot of people are upset about it because it's hard to play around and it's a high skill card. This is one of the highest skill ceiling cards they've printed in so many years, in my opinion. I would say the high skill cards are probably like Wasteland is a high skill card. Ponder and Brainstorm, obviously high skill cards. I'm not going to say that about like a lot of these other cards because I think they're pretty obvious when you use them. But definitely Bowmasters, like there's just like this whole meta game around like metacognition about like, okay, my opponent may have it, but do I push or, I love Bowmasters as a card. I hope they don't ban it, but if they do ban it, I definitely got plenty of usage out of the, I got Orcish Bowmasters when they were like 30, I think. And then I had to buy the online versions too, and I'll have to sell those. I don't know, maybe they're good in Modern. I don't know if they're even legal in Modern. But yeah, like I'll have gotten my money's worth on them. I'm not going to cry if they ban Bowmasters, but I am going to switch back to probably just playing straight blue-white or something like that because I love blue right now. Blue's so strong. I think if you're not playing blue, you're just like, I don't understand why people play decks without blue in it because like I was at that tournament the other day, the 1K that I went without losing a single game in. And my round one opponent was just like, this is why I don't like Legacy. I flooded out. And I'm like, dude, if you play Ponder, if you play Brainstorm, you're not going to flood out most likely. You're going to be making meaningful decisions and stacking your deck and fetching away excess lands and all that stuff. Or even a card like Fable of the Mirror Breaker, I think is a really good alternative to playing blue. And we saw that with, of course, with the Painter matchup. Painter is really strong because it is kind of like a blue deck in that it has 2-for-1s. Fable is a 2-for-1 essentially, right? And also Goblin Engineer, which is a must force card, is kind of a 2-for-1, right? So it does have value, and it does have the ability to like bring back your Phyrexian Dragon Engine. I have profound respect for Painter, and though I'm very much a blue mage, I never get salty about losing to Painter because I think it's a really good deck and it's a hard deck to play. It's not like an easy deck. Easy decks I would consider like Mono Black Aggro is a good easy deck. Like I'm not going to try to like argue that there's like some like Scam is really hard to play. I've played Scam. I played it with the blue-black version, and it is a lot easier to play than a deck like this because you don't have the perfect information and stuff like that. Another easy to play deck, in my opinion, would probably be obviously Goblins, which is banned. I didn't ever play Goblins because I just was like, that's just, I don't like Ancient Tomb decks. But I definitely respect Painter and think it's a really high-skill game. And this Lightwalker, I mean, the results speak for themselves. This is what dedication to a specific deck looks like when you play the same deck, and this guy is always on. My goodness. So got a trophy that, like I played against them like 4 or 5 times at least, and I haven't even played that many leagues because I've only started playing leagues like 2 months ago, maybe 2.5 months ago. I mean, look at how frequently they're getting these. So far they've got I don't know, like 10 just so far this calendar year. Yeah. And then Legacy Showcase Challenge 12th. That's great. Another 12th there a few months before that. So I feel like becoming a deck specialist because I've never been a deck specialist. I've always dabbled in so many different decks, and I've always been like, oh, I really want to play this hot new card. Like I love casting, for example, Samwise, the Stout-Hearted. I just love recurring wastelands and getting all that value. I love casting a Baleful Strix. I love casting a Baleful Strix at instant speed uncounterably off of Aether Vial. I'm like a value enthusiast, right? But at the same time, you can play cards like Stifle that are kind of like going negative a card often. And you can play cards that like Daze is kind of quote unquote bad card, certainly in control decks. Because the game is going to go long and you're going to have to pitch it to force, or it's just like sometimes you have to use 2 dazes to counter a spell. It's embarrassing, but yeah, like I want to play all the control decks, and I might do that if people in the comments are like, hey, you need to really play this deck. Like I have most of the cards here that to play a lot of the big control decks. I don't like the straight up. I tried playing the straight up JTL 005 deck that like basically doesn't do anything, and then it wins with Uro and Yorion. Like that was so unfun. I don't want to play that, but I definitely will play other control decks. So if you want me to play a different control deck, please leave a comment and tell me what control decks you're interested in watching me play. I've played a lot of Stoneblade on the channel. You can go back and watch those videos. Be sure to subscribe, by the way, and like this video. And just look for more updates from me. I'm going to keep them coming. Until next time, be excellent to each other and party on, dudes.